My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Good morning. Today is the day of the big trip and it's about 6:30 a.m. and we're leaving in about hopefully 2 hours, but I bet it'll be later. And the plan is to cycle to Dover, which is 23 miles, 24 miles. Get there by 1 o'clock, check in, hop on the ferry, get to Calais and try and find somewhere to camp for the night. I don't know how easy it will be. Could be hard, could be easy. And there's the sad thing is it's been really hot recently, but in the next few days it's supposed to get damn cold. -1 at night in some places, snow in some places, cold, wintry, frosty showers. So we've picked a bit of a bad time to go, but hey, we've got all the equipment. Well, we haven't, but we've got spirit, and in a way, spirit and perseverance is all you need. So yeah, next time I check in will probably be when I'm leaving Broadstairs, leaving the southeast coast of England for Dover. Bye bye. Yeah. Let's go. I'm sure we've forgotten something. The keys are posted, there's no going back. Let's just go. Into the wind, into the wild. The journey has begun. Oh my God. Oh, there's a funeral. That's a bad omen. Okay, we've just pulled out to the main road and there's a funeral procession behind us with horses. If there's ever a sign that you should stop, that is it. Right, we're on our way to Dover. 20-something miles. This is the first hard, long step of the journey. Oh God, traffic. Fueled on beans and mini rolls. Day one, here we go. Well, not just me, Tom and Dave, the three of us, the three musketeers, we've made it to Dover. We're at the port now, but we left about 4 hours of time to get here. We've got here in about 2.5 hours, so we've got a bit of a wait now before we get on. So we're going to crack open the gas stoves for the very first time, make ourselves a little coffee. We've just done about 20-something miles. And it was really hard. It was depressingly hard, actually, because there weren't major hills compared to the hills we will be doing. But anyway, we made it. It hasn't rained, which is really good. There's a few clouds. Forming. But soon, in about an hour and a half or so, we'll be boarding the ferry and saying bye to Blighty, dear old Blighty. The white cliffs of Dover will shrink until they disappear over the horizon, and who knows where we sleep tonight. All I know is that I'm just starving. I had a big breakfast of beans and sausages and toast. I've had a Snickers, I've had a banana, and I'm still hungry. So I'm gonna have a coffee now, a bit of homemade cake that my mum kindly made for me as a sort of parting gift. And spirits are still high in the group. But the bike, it weighs an absolute ton. And you don't really feel it until you're going up a hill. So what I might do is, I don't know, launch some weight into the sea, maybe. Ceremoniously throw it off into the ocean. I don't know. I'll probably end up I'll probably end up throwing stuff away today. I'm just looking, there's nothing, everything I need, I think I need, so I don't want to throw it away, but there's so much weight. And oh well, it's all part of the fun. My legs are going to be like tree trunks. My calves are going to be like Popeye's arms in no time at all. Anyway, it's time for coffee and cake, and the ferry calls very soon. The radio is on, which means camp is up and running. Dave's just cracking up some firewood for a cheeky little fire. That's when you know the camp is really, well, the camp spot is good. Now, it's 9:15 p.m. local time, and what a day, what a long day. My spirit at the moment is pretty high because I've just eaten, and that always helps. Before I ate and before we found a camping spot, things weren't so positive, and I was not, the thought of doing this day in, day out was, it was getting to me. Oh, if I had the choice to turn back, I probably would have. But yeah, let me just fill you in on the day. Basically, where are we now? Well, we've just left a place called Guinness. Guinness, it looks a bit like Guinness with only one N and one S. Maybe it's a Guinea, maybe it's a Guan, I don't know, but I'm going to call it Guinness. We're just outside of a little town called Guinness, and we got to Calais in pretty good time. We got to Dover, as you already know, in pretty good time, but as soon as we got off the ferry, it absolutely pissed it down. And there was little bits of hail and ice slapping me in the face, and my trousers aren't waterproof and they were getting wet. But anyway, it's fine because we were in France, so I was feeling good. Didn't bother me too much, I was staying strong. We were trying to cycle to a supermarket to get a tarpaulin to cover Tom's bike. Fine, off we went. What happened, which made my spirits drop a little bit, I hit a tram line, and for a second my bike became a tram because it locked into the line, and I just went flying, and my bag got a little bit of a rip in it, my knee got pretty beaten up, and my wrist still hurts a little bit as well, and I wasn't wearing my helmet because I'm an idiot, and I still haven't got insurance, which my mum will be pretty annoyed to hear. But anyway, that was a bit shit. The rain carried on falling, but anyway, that's fine. We got the tarpaulin, and then we just tried to escape Calais, and it's not as easy as it sounds. We ended up going down cycle paths which took us towards car parks in industrial estates. So we went back, and we basically, the only way to get out, well, we conceded, was, there's probably another way, but we just got fed up, so we just basically went on the motorway around a 4-lane roundabout with lorries beeping just to get out of Calais. That was horrible, but we got out, and it was weird because it was sunny and it would be really hot and I'd be feeling good, and then it would get freezing cold and our heads would drop a little bit. We didn't know where we were heading, but we were just heading south in that general direction, and then something amazing happened. We stumbled upon an official European Union cycle route, Velo route number 5, which, if you follow it, takes you all the way down to Rome. And we're probably not going to go that far south, but for now it gives us a nice little route to follow, and it goes, next stop will be Lille, and then I think it goes up to Brussels and then back down to Luxembourg in Germany. So we may stay on that now for the next couple of days, and it's beautiful. It follows canals, there's other cyclists, lots of bonjours, lots of a few awkward French interactions, because all I know is parlez-vous anglais, oui, bonjour, ça va. It's pretty much all I know. I didn't even know how to say water earlier, and I've just forgotten it already. So I kept saying aqua or agua, which I think is Spanish. So I'm hopeless. I'm a cultureless fool from England, but that's fine. I just kind of held my hand up to my mouth pretending I was thirsty. They knew what I meant. We're now just outside of Guinness, next to a big, beautiful, yellow, vibrant rapeseed field in some woods, and the fire should be roaring in a minute. I've just had lots of couscous and pasta and chicken, and I've got some crisps, and I've had a banana. Do you know what? I've never eaten so much in my entire life as today. Every 5 miles I was reaching down for the mini rolls, chocolate rolls. I've had a Snickers, I've had 2 bananas, I've had half a French baguette. Honestly, it's insane how much I've eaten. So I don't think there's any risk of me losing any weight on this trip, because cycling, it turns out, makes me the hungriest person on the planet. That can't be a bad thing, can it? At least I won't come back 3 stone lighter. But the plan tomorrow is just to carry on following the Velo route number 5 to Lyon. And who knows what could happen. We could meet somebody, we could take a different route, we could get lost. I don't know what the weather's looking like. I haven't looked yet. I don't want to look. But I think it'd be pretty chilly no matter what happens, because right now it's still light, the sun has gone, and my hand that's holding the phone that I'm recording this on is already going a little bit numb. So I'm going to put all my clothes on, every layer I've got, and just squeeze myself into my tiny little bivvy tent, and hopefully have a good night's sleep. Do you know what? I will have a good night's sleep, because I'm knackered. My legs are done. This is the most I've ever cycled in one day in my entire life. And I'm hoping tomorrow will be a little bit easier, but who knows? So, yeah, there we go. Day one of how many? Who knows how many days there will be? But at least we're on the right track. We escaped Calais. We've left dear old Blighty and the White Cliffs. Oh, I miss you, England. I'd love a cup of tea right now, but I haven't got any milk. Yeah. What else is there to say? Things are looking up. If it could have gone a lot worse today, it's ended in the best possible way. Here's to a little fire, and do you know what? I should have bought some alcohol. Should have bought a little bottle of beer to celebrate. That is what I'll do tomorrow. I'm going to buy myself a little bottle of beer just to chin and celebrate getting here in one piece. I love you all loads, and I will speak to you again soon. Potentially from the town of Lille. Ciao. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Good morning. It's day 3, and I slept a lot better last night. Oh man, I wouldn't say it was warm, it was still cold, but I didn't wake up shivering at least. But I do need to get a new tent because it's just wet. It's wet with condensation, and if I open the vents, it's wet with morning dew, and it wets my sleeping bag and everything in there, and then I'm wet when I go to bed in the evening, and everything's wet, and I'm just going to get a cold. I need to get a new tent. Just had my coffee, just had some lentils and sausages for breakfast, followed by a mini roll. I keep finding mini rolls over every compartment I open. I just got to eat them. The old Cadbury's mini roll. This podcast is sponsored by Cadbury's mini rolls. You joined me now, actually, going for my first wild number 2, And if you're listening thinking, how dare you should never poo in the wild, I agree with you, but there is nowhere to go. There are no toilets around here. There is no one around here. And I am going to dig a little hole as well and bury it. So it's all eco-friendly. It's all good. I'm a little bit apprehensive though. There's different techniques that I've been told about. Lean up against the tree, the old squat method. I don't know what to do. I don't want to do it. I wish I was back home sitting on a normal toilet right now. These are the things that when you think of trips like this, these are things you don't really consider. I didn't even think about where do I go to the toilet. Anyway, I've got an armful of tissue paper, baby wipes, a little tiny shovel. It's like going to the seaside and digging holes in the sand. Only mud, mosquitoes and poo. Well, right, let's see how this goes. What a way to start the day. I'm just walking away from the scene of the crime, and the less said about that, the better. I did not enjoy that. That was not a pleasant experience. Oh God. Stay 3, and it won't be many more days until I'm flagging down the nearest hostel. Doesn't even make sense, but I'll be checking the internet for hostel spaces, B&Bs, hotels even, or even just some couch surfing, just so I can use the toilet again, because that was horrible. So there's off-road and there's this. I'm going, this bike has no suspension. So every little bump is going right up me, ow. And believe it or not, we've just left camp. It's midday and we've been up since about 8. We ate, things were great, went to the toilet, fantastic. And then old me decided to pump my tyres up and punctured one of them in the process. So I had to get Dave to help me. And the new inner tube that I've got has the wrong valve in it. Yay! So we had to bodge it, use a bit of tape to keep the air closed, and now we're on our way. This is the life. This is what I signed up for. The sun is out. It's glowing on the whole. Everything I can see is just painted gold. To my left is just a nice field of some nondescript crop. I don't know what it is. And to my right is the Canal de Air. It's just, it looks so good. I just want to jump in. I mean, I haven't showered for a few days at this point. And maybe later on I might have a little dip. Although it's not that warm. Getting a bit ahead of myself, but this is beautiful. We're just going to follow the canal down into the country as far as we can today, because we left late because of my puncture. I feel the need to really step it up today and get the miles in. And because we're by a canal, there shouldn't be any hills because water doesn't flow upwards. So I can't wait. This is beautiful. We'll stop up and have lunch in an hour or two. If it carries on like this, we're going to do some serious miles with minimum effort and much nicer scenery than we've had already. This is beautiful. So we're still by the canal. Well, me and Dave are, and Tom has cycled bravely off to the nearest bike shop, which is about 15 kilometers away. And the reason he's doing that is because my new inner tube that Dave helped me put in this morning exploded as I was going down the canal. And I don't mean, oh, the air's gone. I mean, bang! Like the whole bike, it exploded. I thought it'd been shot or something, and the inner tube actually shredded and exploded out of my tyre and wrapped around my wheel. So that was me out. No more inner tubes, and it's all over. It's all over. So it's not all over, but the tyre itself is broken as well because of the explosion. So I need a new tyre and some new inner tubes. Oh, what a day! And to make things even worse, the wind muffler, if that's even the right word, for this tiny little microphone has also fallen off along the journey. So a few things have gone wrong today. It's 2:30 p.m. and we've done about 6 miles today, and it's all my fault, really. Fair play to the other two, Dave and Tom, with me. They've been patient. They've been very patient with me. So if the sound quality of this is a little off, it's just because there's no wind resistor. Just waiting for him to get back now, hopefully with a tyre and an inner tube. And if the bike shop's closed, which it could be because it's every village we've gone through, there's been nothing open. If it is closed, I don't really know what I'm going to do. Probably get a B&B or a hostel, or push my bike to the next town or city to try and find a bike shop. Who knows? I don't know. And we've had no phone calls from him, so I'm guessing all is well, and that he's got in there, got the right tyre, got the right inner tube. He'll come back, we'll fit it, and we'll try and get some miles in today, because the sun is out and we've got a beautiful route, and it's just me dragging everybody down like an anchor, holding them back. So fingers crossed. Although it is nice to be stuck next to a canal and chill and have a coffee for a bit. Fair play to Tom. I owe him big time for offering to go with all his stuff as well. Ta-ta for now. Fingers crossed. Oh, so it's 7 p.m. and we are at a supermarché in a town called La Bassée, and there's a fair on, or some kind of carnival, so everyone's in high spirits, and it's beautiful here actually. It's really nice. The sun's shining. I've just bought 6 1.5 litre bottles of water. I got a bit excited. How the hell am I going to drink all of it and carry it? I bought a baguette, some bananas, some yogurts, no mini rolls. They don't sell Cadbury's mini rolls here, and I'm getting pretty low. Bit gutted about. Earlier, Tom came back within about an hour with a brand new tyre and a brand new inner tube and saved the day. So as soon as we fitted that, we just carried on following the canal, and it went on for, we've done about 25 miles just on the canal. Canal on our right, fields on our left, going under bridges. It's beautiful. The sun has shined all day, and I even got down to a t-shirt for the first time. It's been the best day by far. And obviously I've just necked some caramel yogurt, so my spirits are even higher than they would be, but the sun is shining. I'm getting a tan. I've just bought some lip moisturiser as well. I don't think I've ever bought lip moisturiser, but that shows how hot it's been today. Wow, not hot, but sunny. And bring it on. We're going to do a few more miles along the canal and head southeast along the canal and try and find a camping spot. And I'm going to cook some ratatouille and couscous. Beautiful. I don't know if you can pick up the sound of those ducks calling, but we are by the canal, and we're camping by the canal, and the light has just gone down, it's disappeared, and there was a beautiful sunset. I got some nice photos. I can't upload them anywhere or share them with anyone because there's no signal here, but it's beautiful. We are just right by the canal. the sunset was amazing. Oh, it was so good. And what a stark contrast to the previous 2 days, where as soon as the sun went down, we were shivering and we had to make a little fire. But tonight, no fire needed. It's fairly pleasant. I've got one less layer on, which is amazing. One less layer. It's amazing. It was like unwrapping a birthday present, taking that jumper off. And the simple pleasures. I'm all fed and full from ratatouille, which is pretty nice. Thrown in some couscous because I need to try and get rid of my 10 kilograms of couscous I bought with me. And I bought a beer as well today, so I'm about to have my first beer, celebratory beer. And we're all just chilling now. And we only managed to do about 30 miles today, which is the minimum each day. We've tried to say it's 30, but tomorrow the plan is to follow the canal, carry on following the canal southeast, and you can actually follow the canals all the way to Germany, I think. At least that's what I gathered looking at the maps. So if we can do that, we will. And it's so much nicer than the roads and the motorways. So much nicer. No one's beeping, no one's honking. There's just a swan every now and then, a heron, a fellow cyclist, a nice little family. It's so nice. Today's been a really good day, bar the tyre explosions and trips to the bike shop. Bar that, it's been great. And I even got down to my t-shirt. I put my sunglasses on a few hours ago. I didn't think I'd need those for a while, so more of that tomorrow. Don't know when the next podcast will be, because I don't want to keep churning them out, because it will get boring. But the next one, I'm sure it won't be too long. And it's been really good. It's been a good day. We met a beautiful French lady who gave us some bottles of water from her garage. She was really nice. She couldn't believe that we didn't really have a destination in mind, which I understand. It's stupid, isn't it, not to have a destination in mind. Met some other really nice cyclists. It's been a really good day. It's nice to end on a positive note. I'm only down to a few mini rolls. That's a bit of a problem, but apart from that, all is well. So I will say good night, au revoir, and next time you hear from me, hopefully I'll be a bit further southeast into France, closer to Germany. Au revoir. So this is a big moment on the trip, and it's only comes on day 6, which is quite funny actually. But I am currently on my own. Well, I'm not on my own. I've got Clarissa the bike with me, but essentially I am on my own because Dave and Tom have just cycled off and left me at the train station in Saint-Quentin. They haven't just abandoned me. It's very much my choice. I decided to get a room for the night, live at large in this beautiful, beautiful city. Is it a city or a town? It has a cathedral, so I'm going to call it a city. It's a really, really nice place. Nicest place we've been so far. There's a lot of people around, which makes a change to all those sort of northern tiny villages. And I just really want to stay here, have a look around. I've booked a room for the night. It's above the budget, but you only live once. You only live once, and I'd rather, do you know what? I need to rest. It's not a case of luxury. My body's just done. I can't do another day wild camping and cycling up hills. I'm just tired. I need to wash. I need to have a shower. The thought of having a shower, I'd probably pay €200 just for a warm, hot shower right now. And so I'm just at the train station right now. About to walk off to my room, and I can't wait. I'm actually really excited. I'm going to meet them again at some point in the future. Maybe in a couple of days' time. I might head down to Paris briefly on the train, check it out. Today's May Day, and there's been some riots down there. Marine Le Pen. It wasn't her. She wasn't herself rioting, but I feel like she's one of the causes. So I don't know how safe it is, but I'll probably get a train down somewhere, take some weight off these legs of mine, and yeah, have a look around, do some exploring, maybe get another room tomorrow night, a hostel, and then see where the boys are, how far they've gone, and then go and meet them and carry on the journey. That's the plan. The plan has changed every day pretty much anyway. As long as we can, listen, we're having an adventure, that's what it's all about. As long as we just keep adventuring, it's all right by me. It's about the journey, not the destination. That's it really. Well, what else is there to say? I don't know what I'm going to do with my bike tonight, because I bought the cheapest lock I could find, which is, it's basically a shoelace with a padlock on it, so it could be easily cut. So I'm going to have to take all my bags, carry them one by one to my room. It's a lot of weight, and then try and find somewhere safe to put my bike. They might let me take it to my room, but I doubt they will. And then once I ditch this bike, I'm just going to have a look around. Have a look around the town for a bit, go to the cathedral, do all the touristy things, treat myself to a beer, try and get chatting to a barman, tell him the story of my life, bore him senseless, under-tip him, probably, because I don't really know how much to tip, because I'm very much... I never tip the barman, but we're in Europe, you tip the barman. I'll under-tip him, piss him off, and then head back to my room, and just, I think as soon as I lie down, I'm going to just fall asleep for a long slumber, because my body will just be in shock. It won't know what's hit it. It'll think it's back in the womb. There we go. It's day 6. Beautiful. And I've only done about 20 miles today, which is great. It's just what my legs wanted. Oh, and the sun's out as well. It feels like a proper holiday now at this point. It's not so, it's less Bear Grylls, more Palin, more Michael Palin, cruising around lovely little cities. Right. Bon voyage. I'm sure you'll hear from me again soon. Probably from the confines and comfort of a luxury 2-star single bed. Ah, heaven. You might have already picked up from the sounds, but I'm not on a bicycle anymore. I am on a train, and I'm hurtling south towards Paris. It wasn't in the plan. In fact, the plan was to avoid Paris because of how expensive it is and how hard it would be to cycle. But plans change, and I'm just trying to inject a little bit of sightseeing into this trip. I've never done Paris properly, so I'm going to go and visit the Eiffel Tower, the Champs-Élysées, all the places I've heard about. I've seen a lot on TV and film, but never actually properly visited. I've driven through Paris once, and I saw the Eiffel Tower sort of behind some buildings, but I've never actually gone up to it and done the touristy thing. So Dave and Tom, I don't know where they are right now. I imagine they're past Reims now, the town of Reims in the north, in the Picardy province, Picardy area. I could be wrong, I really don't know. I'm going to go to Paris, book myself into a hostel. There's a potential workaway opportunity with a lady called Emmanuelle, who says that if I help in her art studio, she'll give me a place to stay. But she gone quiet on me, so I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just leaving it quite late in the day to arrange these things. I'm just going to book myself a hostel, get rid of this stupid clunky bike just for one night, have a look around, and then tomorrow try and find out where Tom and Dave are and head back or arrange to meet them somewhere further down the line. I really don't know what's going to happen. I'm most certainly on my own though right now, and I have no plan of where I'm staying tonight really. So this is the true nature of travelling. I keep telling myself that. I don't know if it is, but it's my way of travelling. I like to keep myself on my toes. Who likes routine and planning anyway? So yeah, anything can happen. This could be a big disaster, but I don't think it will be. I really don't. So I'm on the train now. The trains here have their own little bike cabins, which are quite nice. So me and Clarissa are just chilling in one of these cabins, watching the countryside go by, and probably already done more ground than I would have done in sort of 7 or 8 hours of cycling straight. So it's quite amazing actually to watch the landscape go whizzing by. There we go. Onwards to Paris. Old gay Paris. I am currently in Paris, walking down a long road towards the Eiffel Tower. It's about 4 kilometers away. I've done most of it, but I'm about to stop off in a brasserie and have a little cheeky half of lager. And the place I'm staying is a hostel called St. Christopher's Inn. And this trip has gone from let's cycle across Europe and test our bodies and open our mind and free ourselves and find ourselves and all that kind of stuff. And it's turned into a lads' holiday because the hostel I'm staying at, in about an hour, there's a beer pong tournament happening. And the receptionist tried her best to get me to do it, to get me involved. And obviously it didn't take much for me to oblige. So a few days ago I was going through the sort of the Picardy region of France, seeing all these quaint villages and hamlets, and now I'm in a beer pong tournament with 6 tall Austrian gentlemen in the north of Paris. Is this what it's all about? I don't know. But tomorrow there's a walking tour, free walking tour included with my hostel room, which is very nice, and it will show me all the sights and sounds of Paris, of gay Paris, and they'll even look after my bike until I'm finished. And then I decide what to do next. Probably go and meet Dave and Tom, who they did text me and get in touch, and they let me know that they did get to Reims in the end, and Dave washed his hair under a tap, so things are looking up for them as well. They are going a lot faster without me, because if I was there we wouldn't have made it to Reims in only a day and a half. Anyway, oh pardon, merci beaucoup. So I'm just going to walk the streets of Paris, have a cheeky half, and go and win some beer pong and fly the flag for Britain, because it's important. It means something. There we go. Wake up with a hangover probably. Walk it off in the Paris heat, the Parisian heat, and what else can I say? That's it. I mean, it's not particularly interesting podcast entry, because most people have gone to Paris and walked around. There really isn't nothing new here. There's nothing new. I'm not giving any new insights. Maybe tomorrow I will, when I'm actually on the tour. But overall, this podcast has minimal facts. Half the time I don't even know where I am, so I can't even tell you, the listener. I'll try and improve on that. I'm going to try and throw in some more facts and interesting did you know, because at the moment it's pretty shocking. It's just me just going, oh, I'm tired, don't know where I am. That's pretty much what this podcast is. I'm going to change the name of it to Barry's Tired. Where is Barry tired now? Anyway, I'm not tired right now. Feeling pretty invigorated. It's this Parisian air that's gotten to me. So it's time to stick on Morrissey. I'm throwing my arms around Paris, that famous song of his, and walk a little further. met some guys from Telford, and we're drinking jugs of sex on the beach. We've won beer pong. We're chatting to some Australians. Surely this is what it's all about. So we're at the hostel. We've been drinking for a while. And we're about to go to the sex. There's a shop across the road from the hostel called the Sexy Shop, and it's a sex shop. And I'm about to go in there with a guy I've met from Telford in England. I'm going to check it out and see what's going on. And we're going to have a dildo fight in there, maybe, potentially, but probably not. Just have a look around, see what they've got to offer.
Not a dry cunt. Is that a mark or is that a...
I don't know. Is that a whip or a
firm
mark?
hand spanking?
Divine bitches.
I feel dirty just standing in this.
Not a dry... That's horrible.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Do you have any softcore stuff?
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Dildos. Saw balls.
I love hearing the word dildos in a southern accent. Oh, I hope there's some dildos.
The Arc Stallions.
That makes me feel like
Samson's.
That makes me feel disappointing.
Samson's swinging delight.
I mean, I've not got a large penis, but it is double-sided. It does curve around.
I love how it's just called cock. Cock. Cock.
I didn't even notice that.
Cock. And there's the Magnum top quality vibrator.
8-inch.
8-inch. And why is it always Samsung's?
That is
insane.
Large gentleman.
Basics.
Is that what 12 inches is?
A 12-inch double dong.
To be fair, my mate.
It's 1:26 a.m. and we're in North Paris, and we've met people from Canada, Australia, Panama, Mexico, all over the world, and they've all got stories to tell. A lot of them are trying to get girls and they've failed miserably and they've already gone to bed. Such is the folly of man. And some beautiful people here. We've had a really good time. We made the dance floor. There was no dance floor. There is no dance floor at this hostel. We made the dance floor, and the bar closes in about 30 minutes. I'm going to try and extend the dance floor and make it carry on until the early hours. Well, there we go. I met a lovely English couple as well from staying across the road. They were in their sort of like maybe mid-40s. They'd just come down for the day. Apart from that, I met some beautiful English guys from Telford. Obviously went to the sex shop. I couldn't stop giggling like a little girl because I'm just not mature enough to deal with the fact that people are freaky. People are freaks when it comes to the sex. And there we go, 1:27 a.m. Time to call it a day. I'm gonna go back to my room at some point, and I still don't know who's staying in there because when I went in there, the curtains were closed. So that might be interesting. It might not be interesting at all, actually. I think I'll get in there, and everyone else will be asleep, and I'll join them. And I'm gonna go on a walking tour of Paris in the morn, in the fair morn. And 2017, May, beautiful. What a night. What a crazy night. It's been a classic hostel beard up night, and it's just what the doctor ordered. I am in Paris, as you already know, but it's the next day. It's the morning after my big boozy beer pong night, and I'm feeling a little bit ropey, a little bit rough around the edges. I'm just necking water. I'm on about 2.5 litres of water already just to try and rehydrate, and I'm sitting on a nice little bench not far from the Eiffel Tower, and I'm looking at it right now. There it is. There she is, the Eiffel Tower. I wish I had a fact ready. I should have googled a cheeky fact, a bit of trivia about the Eiffel Tower, and I could have dropped that, and you would have learned something, and it would have been more of a sort of travel podcast that I wanted it to be. But really, it's just become almost like a journal, just somewhere for me to blabber. Last night was fun in the hostel. Met a lot of people. Met a Panamanian pilot. He was a pretty cool guy. Going to see Barcelona against Villarreal quite soon. He was very excited about that. We talked football, obviously. Met some cool guys from England. Met a nice couple from somewhere else in England. I don't know where they're from. Met some Australians. It was great. It was good fun. Met some guys from California. They're all headed in different directions today, all around the world, and I stayed. Yeah, well, there we go. I'm now torn between staying in Paris for another night. Costs a lot of money just to eat and drink and sleep. I go back and meet Dave and Tom, who I don't know where they are now. I think they're heading to Dijon. Maybe that's the home of Dijon mustard. I'm sure. I think it might be. That might be a reason to go. But yeah, it's a tough choice. There's also another option. It's a lovely lady called Renee, who's a photographer, an internationally renowned photographer. That's her claim. I'm sure she is. And she's contacted me and said I can go to their house in the south of France. So they're right near the Mediterranean Sea, and head there and stay at a house and just help her out with a little bit of house renovation, because they're going to start doing photo workshops in June, and they want to have it all ready and looking nice. So I am torn now. It's going to cost a lot of money to get down that far south. I don't think I could do it in a day, because they're not near a train station. Well, what do I do? I've got three options. Stay in Paris for another night, see more of the city, hop on the metro and all that, cycle back with Dave and Tom and just carry on heading south with them, or hop on a train and fly all the way down most of the country to the warmer climate and help renovate a house for a couple of days. Whew, it's a tough decision. I really don't know what to do. They've all got their pros. I feel bad. I don't really want to abandon Dave and Tom. I did say I would catch up with them again. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to stew on it. I'll just walk around a little bit, get my photo in front of the Eiffel Tower, a unique photo that nobody else ever takes, a unique perspective, and I'll have to come up with a decision quite soon, because it's 1 p.m. now. So if I am going south, I need to leave pretty soon. If I am going back north to Dijon, I'm going to have to leave pretty soon. And if I'm staying in Paris, I need to book a room. Maybe at the same hostel I stayed at last night, I'm not sure. What to do. As you can probably tell from the sound, I'm back on a train. And I'm heading back north to Champagne, to meet up with Dave and Tom. And I think we're going to go back into the wild. I'm going to go back into the camping lifestyle. It will save some money, definitely. And it'd be good to see them as well. The only downside is that it's pissing it down. It's really wet out there. To go from hotels and hostels 2 days in a row to straight back into the wet rain and cooking on gas, I'm not looking forward to it really. But it'd be good to get back on the bike. And I was very close to going south to Montpellier to hang out with Renee, the photographer, and help them out for a week. But there were no trains. All the trains were full until at least Saturday. So I didn't want to stay in Paris for another 4 or 5 days. I can't afford it. It's too expensive there. So yeah, I thought it'd be good to go back, do some more cycling, and but I'm going to keep that open. I'm definitely going to see if I can head down there at some point and live with them for a bit and help them out and see the Med. It looks beautiful down there where they live, to be fair. But yeah, there we go. Paris was fun. It's been a blast, but it's back into the wild for me and back on the saddle. Woohoo! My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Bonjour. So it's day 9, I think. Could be day 10. I'm pretty sure it's day 9. And we've been cycling all day. And the sun is out in force. It's gorgeous. I washed in a river about 2 hours ago. Top off. Head in. It was delightful. I even washed some socks in there. It was amazing. And following the Le Marne Canal south, and it should take us pretty much to Dijon, which is awesome because that's where we're heading. It was about 100 kilometers away yesterday. I'm sure we've taken a lot of it out today, but still a long way to go. And Tom is way in front of me, and Dave is way behind me. And I thought I'd just stop off in a town called Vouecourt, Vouecourt, because they've got a public wash space. And I've never seen one before, and it's still working. And the doors are open. It's just a big hut, brick hut almost, with a big pool in the middle and water that's running down from the hill, coming straight in. And I was about to fill my bottles up with it and drink from it and stuff, but it does say in this slightly touristy presentation they've got. Where does it say? It says that it's conducted by gravity by the way of a lead tube. And I'm pretty sure from my history lessons and just general knowledge that I'm sure you can't drink from lead pipes anymore. I could be wrong, but doesn't it send you mad in the end? I don't know, this is the start of a horror film where the entire town gets poisoned by lead and starts killing visitors, English visitors with bikes. I don't know, but I've dunked my head in it anyway. I'm not going to drink it just in case. I'm sure it's fine. I'm just a little worried. I get a little scared. In the same way that I got bit by a tick for the very first time, and now I'm convinced I've got Lyme disease. So if anybody's listening who knows anything about medical science, medicine, if there's any doctors or nurses or anybody in that world who can reassure me that I haven't got Lyme disease or can tell me what to look out for should I have Lyme disease, that would be great because I'm very paranoid. I've heard some horror stories about Lyme disease. Right, I've dunked my head, I'm feeling fresh. It's time to carry on. The view is stunning here. It's so nice. There's a beautiful canal that's just, I want to dive in it at every point. I just want to cycle into it. Just abandon the bike and just cycle off the side and just, like Evel Knievel straight into the canal. But I'm resisting so far. And I've got the canal next to me, and then across from there's all these fields, beautiful fields, tiny little hamlet, little towns, little people, farmers, cows. I've seen lizards today, mice. I've seen rabbits, I've seen sheep, I've seen lots of fish, I've seen ducks, I've seen tons of birds, herons. Oh, you name it, I've seen it. I wish I knew the names of a lot of the animals I've seen, but it's joyous. It's joyous. It's so nice to be outside. That is the joy of cycle touring. When you're on a bike, you're in it. You can smell it, you can feel it, the wind in your hair, the smell of cow poo. It's all yours to savour. So you've got the canal, you've got these fields, and then going up, we're in this sort of huge valley, and there's just a tall forest of trees stacked up like chairs in a theatre that just go up and up and up. And it's stunning. It's so nice. So I wish you were here, wherever you're listening to this from. I wish you were here. Grab a bike and hit the Marne Canal that heads south towards Dijon and onwards. It's so nice. But yeah, I'm sure at any point, because I've been resting here for a while now, I'm sure at any point Dave will come flying past, unless he's had a puncture. That's the only thing. If you split up and you're at the back of the group, if you get a puncture or you go into the canal or you fall over or whatever happens, you're on your own, because I'm not going to know. But maybe that's the con of bicycle touring. So many pros, but there are a couple of cons. I might dunk my head again now, let it run down my back, and then carry on cycling. Joyous. Day 9, feeling good. Bonjour. It's day 10, 11 maybe, and if you can hear that, I'm in my tent and there is a storm blowing outside. We're in Langres, the beautiful town of Langres, and it's been raining now for maybe 12 hours straight. When we got here, it wasn't raining. We only came here to get some food, check it out, but it started raining. We found a campsite. There were showers, there's Wi-Fi, it all made sense. There's electricity, so we decided to stay. I didn't think it would rain this much though, and the thing about Langres, is that it's about, I don't know how many thousands of meters up. Maybe it's not that much, but to get here was an absolute struggle. It was the top of a hill. Oh my God, can you hear that wind? There's no room in this tent because one side is licking my face like a dog. Right, I think it's time to go to bed and try and get warm. And I'll tell you more about Langres in the morning. If it's raining like this tomorrow, which the forecast says it will be, I think we're going to stay another day, because nobody wants to cycle in a storm and camp wild with everything wet. That does not sound fun. So I will bid you adieu, and I will speak to you in the morn. It is the next day, and the rain has just stopped, and that means it's been raining for about 26, 27 hours straight. It's torrential, hazardously rained, and then it's decreased slightly and only spit and sort of tickled with rain, and then it's dangerously come down again with a plum. But it has been raining and wet non-stop, and at least I know my tent is waterproof now. Last night was a bit of an on-off sleep, just because the wind kept threatening to take the tent away, and I just had visions of having to get out into the cold and wet storm and try and sort of pin it down with my tent pegs, and it's the last thing I wanted. I could not be asked that to happen. The good news is that didn't happen, so it was all good, and I woke up and it was still raining. Fine. We checked the weather, we knew it was going to rain, and it wasn't wrong, so we decided to stay another day, because who wants to take all of your stuff, pack it on a bike and cycle in a storm, and then unpack, everything's wet, climb into a wet tent with wet clothes after soaking in the wet weather? It's just not enjoyable. And we don't have to be anywhere by any point. This isn't a race, so we decided to stay another night at the Langres, I don't know how you pronounce it. We decided to stay at the campsite for one more night and suck all of their electricity, use all of their hot water, and just stay indoors, really, and just treat it like we own the place. It's really nice just to have a shower. I've had quite a few now. For Dave and Tom, it was the first time they've actually had a shower in 10 or 11 days. Because obviously I jumped down to Paris and got a room to enjoy the high life. But they haven't. They've been camping wild every day. And I think they've enjoyed the rest, because cycling every single day, 50 miles plus, 40 miles here and there, it really does take its toll on your body if you're not used to it yet. So I think they've enjoyed the rest. And it's Sunday here. There's a fair on. A lot of towns we've gone through have had little fairs, little fairground rides and stalls, and they love it this time of year. And I've been just enjoying walking around. Haven't actually gone on anything though, because I'm on my own, and there's nothing creepier than a man on his own riding around the Dodgems with lots of French children. It's just it doesn't seem very welcoming for me. But I might go and get some chips or some donuts or something cheeky in a minute. Just a quick little insight into Langres. It's honestly a beautiful place. I really like this place. It's at the top of this large hill. It takes a lot to get here. In fact, when you get to the top of the hill, there's more hill to go, and to help you, they've got these sort of great glass elevators that you hop in, and they'll take you all the way to the top, because they know how hard people have tried just to get as far as they have. So they give you you've made it up the hill, let's give you an extra hand to make it to the top. Hop in this lift, and it's quite nice, quite fun. And I wouldn't have made it otherwise, I don't think. And then once you get here, just all the houses are just beautiful, and it's very French. Every house, every window has shutters. And now I realise why, because it's so high up. When there's a storm, when there's wind, it really comes in hard, because there's nothing to block it. So I imagine they have their shutters up quite a lot of the year to try and stop their windows getting blown in, stop the rain pelting them. There's a lovely cathedral here as well that I had all to myself yesterday. I got to just walk around it, not one single soul in there, and this beautiful cathedral. And I had probably the most epiphanous religious moment of my life. I was walking around on my own, the whole entire cathedral to myself. I walked around a corner, and this statue of Saint Mamés, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the statue of this saint lit up, and I thought it was the sun that had just at that second broken through the storm-ridden grey bruised clouds to illuminate in front of me. And I thought, I had shivers. It was a miracle. I thought, wow, maybe I've found God after all these years. This is it. And then I realised about all of this happened in the space of about 1 second in my head. And then I realised that there was actually a sensor that when you walk through it turns a light on, which lights up the statue. So I did find God for a second, and then I realised, my rational mind kicked in, and I felt a little bit let down actually by that. It was still a great moment. I might go back there again today just because it's nice and quiet. It's the opposite of the fairground I'm at the moment. We were trying to get to Dijon. We've been trying to get to Dijon for the last 3 days. It's just so far away. It looks so easy on the map, but it was hundreds of miles away. And who are we kidding? We're not that good at cycling yet. Maximum I've done in the day is 50 something miles. So we're still quite far away from Dijon. And who cares if we get to Dijon now? I don't care. I've given up. I don't care if we make it or not. But after another night's sleep tonight, we're going to head onwards on our bikes, cycle touring down south, probably through Dijon, and then onwards to Lyon. Lyon is the new carrot that we're dangling in front of ourselves to get to. And I don't think it will be as nice as Langres at all. But we could get a room there too. I'm not sure. I got a taste for this electricity and hot water and shelter. Got a little bit of a taste for it. I'll try and convince the other two. Who knows? It's just, yeah, it's a great place. Google it. If you ever visit France, visit this place. And not being on my bike for the past day and a half now has really given my legs another rest. I'm fully 100% ready now to go back on the bike, and it's given my my gooch, my undercarriage, my underside chance to recover as well. Because when you're on a bike and you're cycle touring and you're on the saddle for 5-6 hours a day, potentially, maybe more, maybe less, after a while, it can, even wearing cycling shorts and using chamois cream, anti-chafe cream, it can still cause some kind of friction down there. So it's nice to give that some recovery time as well. That can't be underestimated. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna head on. We're gonna head south, and we're gonna keep going until it gets a little bit warmer. It's supposed to stop raining tomorrow, and even if it is raining tomorrow, I feel like we have to keep going because we can't just stay in Langres forever. It's a big country. France is a huge country, and it'd be nice to head south, see the coast as quick as possible. So, until we speak again, I will say au revoir. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Bonjour, bonsoir, hello, hi. How are you? The last 4 or 5 days have been full of thrills and spills and chills, sights and sounds, excitement, lots of miles. That's the important thing that's happened in the last few days. There has been a lot of miles done, a lot of kilometers. Honestly, in the last 5 days, we've probably done the same amount that we did in the previous 9 or 10. That's what it feels like anyway. And we're just heading south. We're just dive bombing south, and everything has changed. Since Langres, the rainy campsite of Langres, we've hit some big old cities, big towns. We've seen some beautiful sights, and we've met some amazing people. You could split this trip up into 2 parts. One is pre-Langres and one is post-Langres. And post has been so much better. And things are getting easier for me personally on the bike. I can do hills and miles, and 50 miles an hour doesn't seem so bad at all, really. And it won't be long, I'm sure, until 60 miles seems like an easy daily target, and then 70. So physically, I'm getting fitter, which is good. I can feel those thighs getting stronger, strong like an ox. And yeah, we've hit, where did we hit? So Langres, after Langres, we headed on, and we eventually got to Dijon, which was awesome. Loved Dijon. It stopped raining when we got to Dijon, which was great. We had a look around. Beautiful, beautiful town. Went to the tourist office, got a map, saw the sights. Great. The only downside to Dijon, actually, the thing I would change about Dijon, is that they don't embrace the mustard element. They are the Dijon namesake of mustard. It's mustard's namesake, and they don't embrace it. Even in the tourist office, there was not one mention of Dijon mustard. And I was flabbergasted and a little bit gutted. I was expecting Dijon factories, a little bit like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, that kind of come to Dijon mustard world and get a free sample of mustard and sail down the mustard river. There was none of that. And then I found out that Dijon mustard actually stopped being made there in 2009. There you go, you learn something new every day. There's a fact for you. We carried on down south from Dijon to a place called Chalon-sur-Saône, which was beautiful, and it's just on the Saône River, and it was great, and it was sunny all day. And when we got there, we bought some beers and sat on these steps that overlooked the river, and we just watched the world go by, watched the boats and the people and the tourists. Oh, and actually, we went to the tourist office again. That's always a place you should head straight away. Get a map, see where you are, see what there is to offer, what the town has to offer. And the lady in there, I can't remember her name, but her enthusiasm for Chalon-sur-Saône, for the town, made me fall in love with the town, and I'd only been in there for 5 minutes. So if anybody listening to this is connected in any way to the tourism board of Chalon-sur-Saône, give that lady a pay rise. She's amazing. I don't know her name, can't really remember what she looked like, but I remember her enthusiasm. So from now on, I will always talk enthusiastically about that place, purely from her own enthusiasm. There we go. From there, we carried on down to a place called Macon, and that was a bit grim because that's when it just rained solidly for 2 days. It just rained, and everything I own is still a little bit damp, but I haven't been able to dry it. Everything I own is wet, and it was torrential. I haven't seen rain like that for a very, very long time. Heavy, thick, dirty rain. I did not enjoy it, but the cycling was easy. And we camped in the worst campsite yet there. We camped in these creepy woods, and there was a glass smashed bottle hanging from a tree. There was glass on the floor. There was a baby's cot with a blanket sort of hanging out of it, and it was all weather beaten and a bit mouldy, and there were wet wipes on the floor, and it was just creepy. And I'm sure a murder has happened there at some point, and I was worried all night that a murder was going to happen there that night. And but we had to camp there because it was getting dark and it was wet, and I didn't care in the end. Part of me wanted to be murdered because I was just so tired and wet. And then from there we carried on. We went to Lyon. Lyon's amazing, and we actually got a hostel for one night at a place called Ho 36, and that is an awesome place, awesome hostel. It's only been open since September, and it was great. And there's a guy there called Maximilian who's a keen cyclist, and he offered us sort of bike cleaning products, a big pump, a special storage space for bikers. I think we're the first bikers that have ever gone there, so he was very keen to make sure we had a good time, and he couldn't believe the weight of my bike either. And he was a really nice guy. And Lyon was amazing. Lyon were actually playing, the Lyon football club were playing Ajax in the Europa League semi-final, second leg. So we went out into Lyon, went to a pub, and caught the second half, and the fans were going crazy. And I would have recorded all of the sights and audio soundscapes of these places, but my battery's running low, my microphone broke, and my phone actually broke for a while because it got so wet I couldn't charge it. It wouldn't charge, so I had to dry it on a radiator for 6 hours for it to even work again. So you could have heard all this. It was amazing. They were like, Lyon were chasing a goal. I was an instant Lyon FC fan. I was cheering along, and they are very passionate over here. Yeah, it was good. It was just nice to have a room in Lyon, have a nice bed. Our hostel room was full up as well. We met a couple that were hitchhiking from Germany, and we met a guy actually he's an Italian guy from Sicily who lives in Basingstoke, and of all places. And he didn't particularly like England, and he was telling us his story, and I felt really sorry for him because he just hates England, doesn't feel welcome. Yeah, it's really sad. We made him feel welcome though. We did. We spoke to him. I can't remember his name, but honestly, we were very nice to him. We gave him a beer. It was great. We got on with him. Yeah, we've met some amazing people actually along the way. Since we've hit the south, everything's just nicer. The architecture is nicer. The fauna and flora are nicer. The animals, everything is just nicer. Everything looks more south, and it's more humid and more warm, and the bike paths are nicer, and you can see bikers, tourers, a mile off, because unlike regular bikers, they have just so much shit attached to the bikes, just bags everywhere hanging off, and they always look a bit haggard, but they've always got a smile on their faces. And we've met a few guys. We met one guy who cycled from South Africa, and he's going up to Finland, so that was incredible. He was inspiring. And we met another guy who's actually walking from Canterbury Cathedral to Rome along an old pilgrim saints route, and he got a pass from his local Catholic church, which means he can, along the way, he can stay for free in churches and community town halls and places like that. So that was amazing. The funny thing about him is that he had a friend that was doing it with him, but his friend dropped out after 4 days because of blisters. So for the past 2 months, he's just been going on his own. Poor guy. Yeah, right now we're heading to Valence, and past Valence, things start getting even more beautiful. All the people we've spoken to, all the locals, once we've told them that we're heading towards Marseille to the coast, they've all just gone, wow, Valence, past Valence. That's when it gets beautiful. I think we're going to enter a tropical climate. The people will get even nicer. Everything will get nicer. And because everything is wet at the moment, my bike just looks ridiculous. I've definitely embraced the bicycle touring lifestyle. I have no dignity left. If you'll remember the look of Boy George back in the 80s, when he had that bowler hat and all these coloured sort of rags hanging off his hat, that's basically what I've done with my bicycle helmet. I've tied on to the straps, I've tied on my wet socks, so they're flapping around like big long ponytails as I cycle, because I'm just trying to dry them out, and I've just got pegs all over my bike bags and my bike, and I'm thinking about getting a stick and just putting it through the back and hanging all my clothes off that so it's even longer. I'm just trying to dry them out before it rains again tonight, because last night I slept in a wet sleeping bag and it just wasn't particularly nice. It just wasn't great, but at least we were indoors last night because we slept in a bird watcher's hut in a nature reserve, and I was really paranoid that people would walk in at 5 a.m. because you know what those ornithologists are like. They want to catch the birds at dawn. So I was worried they'd come in and find us all in our hammocks, swinging from the rafters, snoring away. But nobody did, so it was good. We were lucky. Well, there we go. This podcast is close to the 10-minute mark. I don't want to keep it too long because my battery is very low and I don't know when I'll be able to charge it again. But we are heading south. It's going well. I've got cookies. I miss everybody back home a lot, but it's getting easier. It's just getting more fun to cycle because it's not as hard on the old body. We're heading south, and guess what? When we get to Marseille, we are heading east, and we're going to go to the Cannes Film Festival. I didn't pack my tuxedo, which is annoying because I was so close to just squeezing it in one of the bags, but I just didn't. I chose the bicycle shorts over the tuxedo. So I'm going to get there. I don't know where we'll stay. I don't know. We won't get anywhere because I look homeless. I can't go on the red carpet with my swinging wet sock hat and my unshaven patchy face and my long greasy hair. So I need to maybe have a haircut, a clean shave, rent myself a tux and try and gate crash the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival. Maybe try and interview people for the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Who knows? Next week, you could hear Scarlett Johansson herself on this podcast talking about her latest film. It remains to be seen whether that's the case, but we are definitely heading to Cannes, and I've never, ever envisioned that I would be there. But the reason, it's a shame that I am going there because it means I'm not going to go to Renee to help out in her photography studio for a week. Because if I do go, she's the opposite way, and if I do go with her, I will miss the Cannes Film Festival, and I don't imagine I'll ever be in that position again. So I'm going for Cannes, maybe try and get a film made about this journey. Who knows? But until you hear from me again, au revoir. The podcast was over, but this is a bonus advertisement plug at the end of the podcast, and I just want to shed a little bit of light on an invention that I've created and implemented, used, research tested and approved on this trip. The invention is called the baguette bag, and what it essentially is a baguette shaped, waterproof, sealable bag in which you can place freshly cooked warm French baguettes and store them safely out of the rain, out of the weather, and easily put them on your bike wherever you shall please until you so wish to nibble on them or fill them with cheese. The baguette bag is yellow, but it will probably come in all sizes when I finally market it. It will be called baguette bag because I like the alliteration, baguette bag. If you'd like a baguette bag for one of your cycle tours in the future, it doesn't just have to be for baguettes. You can use it for all kinds of food, but it's perfectly sized for the average baguette. At the moment, I've filled mine with plums that I stole from a huge plum orchard I cycled through a few miles back. So mine has baguettes and plums in it. It's important to note that you can fit more than one baguette in the baguette bag as well. So even the biggest appetite will be satiated and happy and accounted for. There we go, the baguette bag. If you want one, shoot me an email or visit washinguppaperplates.com, head over to the contact page, and if I get enough interest, I will search for funding and mass produce these, and potentially in the future every bicycle tourist you see will have a large baguette bag filled with fresh, unweathered, delicious baguettes. Baguette bag. Washing Up Paper Plates exclusive. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. So this morning we left our camp spot just outside of Valence, beautiful camp spot, and we started cycling, and about 1 kilometre into the journey we noticed there were a lot more bikes than normal, a lot of families, and then we started hitting these sort of stalls with games on and giant snakes and ladders and smoothies and cakes and free Tai Chi lessons, and we've realised we've hit on this yearly kind of bike festival, family festival that's literally right next to Valence, right next to where we were camping. And what a place to be for one of your bikes to break, because Tom's rear axle just didn't explode as such, but it definitely pinged off. And within about 5 minutes of him tinkering around with it with his tools out, we had about 5 men all around with all their different bikes, trying their hand at trying to fix it. And we had a lovely lady called Anne-Marie who was translating English to French.
Just these keep breaking.
Ça rentre dans ce truc-là, ça?
Oui, ça c'est pour fermer.
Ça casse tout le temps.
Oui, parce qu'ils ont trop de poids, parce que ils ont trop de... c'est pas un vélo adapté.
Might be too heavy. Might be too
So
heavy
if I had a normal axle, it should.
Tu vois, regarde, il dépasse pas.
Il en voudrait un normal, un max normal.
I'm not sure if you can see, but.
I'm having a great time just chilling, but the bike is still broken. But Dave has gone with a man called Jean-Paul, who's a bike mechanic. He has a workshop 4 kilometers away. He's taken the wheel and he's taken Dave, and they're going to go and fix it, hopefully bring it back. And I'm just walking around, killing time, eating cake and listening to this awesome sort of jazz trio. Listen to this. say magnifique. Well, they just finished as I walked up, but they've been going all day and they're great. And there we go. But there was definitely quite a commotion for a good half an hour while all these different mechanics and tinkerers and hobbyists tried their hand at fixing it, and it just can't be done. Tom's tried for a couple of hours this morning and he couldn't do it, and so that's why it had to be taken to a workshop, and hopefully he's not a murderer, comes back safely with a fixed wheel. I don't know, we'll see. He seemed very nice. Everybody here is really nice, and if you're around on Sunday the 14th of May 2018, definitely check it out if you're around the Valence area in the south of Spain. It's really nice, lovely day out. Everyone's very nice, and ladies offered we can stay at her house tonight if we don't get the bike fixed. She lives just by, and she gave us free smoothies that were blended by sitting on a bike pedaling away, and that turns the blades. There we go. That's the kind of festival you're dealing with here. So I will say au revoir, and hopefully we can get this bike sorted, get back on the road and try and eat up some miles. But we've picked the best place possible to have a breakdown, that's for sure. Okay, so the good news is the bike was fixed successfully, and Jean-Paul couldn't fix it, so he just provided us with a brand new wheel made in the 1970s sometime, and it fits perfectly, and he didn't want any money. He was just a lovely man who dedicated 3 or 4 hours of his Sunday to just helping us out of the kindness of his heart. And the bad news is there is a storm coming in. It's quite late in the day, all the stalls have packed up and gone home, so we are cycling towards Stephanie, who was the smoothie making stall owner, and she said we can stay with her tonight, which is really nice. So we're taking her up on her offer, which is amazing. So we'll be in a home, a real French home, for the first time on this trip, and I'm looking forward to it. And if I sound out of breath, it's because I am, because we're going up quite a steep hill, but I'm feeling good. We've done maybe 3 miles in total today, so no excuses to be tired. Onwards to Stephanie, the saviour of the moment. Our bikes are packed and we're ready to go. I hope it doesn't feel like we're just rushing off. Just eat it. I hope we're not being rude by just leaving.
Really?
That's what it feels like.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, it was
been
a
really
pleasure for me
nice.
too. So I hope you will have a nice journey.
I hope so too. We wrote you this note.
Oh, thank you.
You should read it after when we're gone.
Okay.
We'll get too embarrassed.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for everything, and it was really nice to meet you. It was really nice to meet
It
you.
was nice to meet
Thank
you
you.
too, both of you. Thank you.
Things like that. Okay. Wow. It feels like I'm at the top of a mountain, and I've just climbed uphill for an hour and a half without it ever getting flat or going downhill. Just a steep climb for an hour and a half, and according to the sign we are 2,600 feet above sea level, and I can see miles and miles and miles. I'm sure I can definitely see the Alps, these big mountains in the distance that makes this little mountain look like just a tiny little molehill. But do you know what? It hasn't been that too hard. Once you get into the rhythm, it's just really hot. The sun is beating down. I've got my red Make America Great trucker hat on. It isn't that, but it looks a lot like that from behind. And we are heading towards Oh my god, Langres. Oh, my French is still terrible. L'Argentina, I don't know. That's what it's called. It's not far from Valence. It's more of a westerly direction, and we are meeting up with somebody who is going to let us stay at her house tonight, which is amazing. 2 nights in a row, and the view at the top of this mountain was worth that entire climb. It was amazing. While I'm here, let me just fill you in on Stephanie. So we made it to Stephanie's house, and she lives at the top of a very steep hill. We cycled all the way up the hill, knocked on the door, and she answered and was the warmest, nicest, friendliest, most welcoming person. It was incredible. She was so nice. She cooked us dinner. She gave us dessert, a bottle of wine, tea. It was incredible. Proper French tea, French gastronomy, and the only condition was that we washed up, which we did. Well, we did it in the evening. Well, we did it this morning. I mean, we left it. She let us leave it. I didn't want to leave it, but she kind of pushed it, so we left it, and we did it this morning before we left. And she even gave us breakfast, and the food was just great. It was all organic. She works for the environmental agency, so she's quite a sort of organic, support the local farmers kind of person. So we got to taste some of the best delicacies, produce of the Ardèche area, and it was just amazing. We all slept in a spare room upstairs, and it's just beautiful house, beautiful people. And she had a housemate called Maggie, and Maggie is an expert on bats. And just before we left, she got a phone call, and she took the call, and afterwards she was dancing around the room. And when we asked what it was, basically she got the opportunity today to go into one of the many caves around the Ardèche area and look at some bats. She was over the moon. She was really cool. So Maggie and Stephanie, thank you so much for your hospitality, and we are carrying on. I think we've still got a long way to go, but I'm at the top, so it's all downhill from here. So I'm going to put my helmet on and coast all the way downhill. This is awesome. The views are stunning, and there's little streams running down the side of the mountain that you just every now and then dip your head in. I dip my Make America Great trucker hat into the water as well, and it just runs down my neck, and it just keeps you cool, and it's amazing. It's so nice. But the views are something else. Anyway, I've lost Tom and Dave down the hill, so it's my turn now to pick up some speed and hopefully make up for the slow pace of the last hour and a half. Bon voyage to me. Greetings all the way from Marseille. It's like the Miami of France. There's beautiful people everywhere, white sands, and just endless bars and restaurants, and cool people blaring music from their cars, and lots of busy traffic, and thousands of tourists, and the sun is blaring, and there's even tiny little palm trees, and it's a pretty nice place, if not a little touristy. And the last time I picked up this wee little microphone to do some recording, I was just about to wheel down a huge hill that I'd been climbing all day long, and I was heading to L'Argentière, the beautiful town of L'Argentière in the Ardèche. And it's been 5 or 6 days since then, and I just haven't picked up the microphone. So much has happened. If I had have picked up the microphone and recorded some of the experiences and the people I've met, it would be hands down the best podcast episode to date, possibly ever. It would have been hard to top, but as it stands, I was too in the moment. I was just living in the moment. I was in a tunnel, and I never came back out the other side, because one moment led to the next, and I was too much in the moment. I was enjoying it too much to pick up the microphone, and a lot of it involved me doing things where holding the microphone wouldn't have been practical, like swimming in a waterfall. Oh yeah, we swam in a waterfall, and the rest of the time I was just enjoying it too much, and I did think, hey, I should pick up the microphone, but I didn't, and I can only apologize to you, the listener, and myself. But what a last few days it's been. We went to L'Argentière, and we were hosted, and it was absolutely beautiful. We stayed in a house for 2 days, and a lovely lady called Laureline and her lovely boyfriend called Simon. They cooked for us, they gave us places to stay. We were allowed to use their home as our own. They went to work and we stayed in the house. They'd only met us for an hour before they were talking about giving us their car, which they did. They gave us their car. So Laureline works in the tourist office in L'Argentière, so she knows all the hot spots and the cool places to go. The only places to go, the only places worth going, she knows. She's got the knowledge, so she pointed out some of the most beautiful places and gave us the car, so we didn't have to waste 4 days of cycling to get to anywhere nice, which is stupid. We could just hop in a car and it would take us about 20 minutes, half an hour drive. It was nice being back behind the wheel, that's all I can say. It was lovely, and it was amazing of her to let us have the car, and I don't think I was insured. Not a lot of insurance going on, but it's okay, kept it safe, got used to driving on the other side of the road and all that, and it was really nice. And we did some tightrope walking. We went to a beautiful vantage point where we could see across to the Alps, and we could see Mount Ventoux and all these amazing mountains, and we didn't have to cycle up it, we could just drive up it and drive down. It was great. And since then we left there. We camped at the Pont d'Arc, which is stunning. Google Pont d'Arc, and it's a natural place of beauty, and we kind of knew that you're not supposed to camp there, but we waited until the sun went down, everybody left, and we pitched our hammocks. And we did get kicked out in the morning, but the guy was really friendly and nice, and we left and everyone was happy and it was all good. We didn't hurt anybody. That was probably the most gorgeous place I've seen. We cycled through the Gorge l'Ardèche, this huge canyon that the river Ardèche winds through, and some of the views were spectacular. There's no other word for it. It was amazing, and it's also the same route that the Tour de France goes through, and it was an honour. It was an honour to know that I was cycling up the same hill as Froome and other cyclists that I can't name because I don't know anything about the Tour de France, but I do respect it a whole lot more having done this ride. But yeah, we headed on, and then we went back to the Rhône River, and we carried on south, and we camped in Châteauneuf-du-Pape, in the vineyards of Châteauneuf-du-Pape. We awoke at 3 a.m. to the sounds of gunshots, and I didn't know what to do. Just stayed in the tent. And I was really paranoid that these gunshots were coming from a hunter who was hunting by torchlight, and I was paranoid that he was going to miss his target. I don't know what he was hunting, a wild bird, and a bullet was going to fly through the thin fabric of my tent and hit me in the leg, and I would have bled out in the dark in the middle of a vineyard in the middle of Châteauneuf-du-Pape. What a way to go. But it didn't happen, and I don't know what the gunshots were to this day. All I know is I just lay there frightened like a little boy with adrenaline flowing through me, waiting for the next gunshot. It was like a war zone. And then from there we carried on south, and we went to Port St. Louis, and we swam, and we made it. And here's a stat for you all. France is the 41st largest country in Europe, and we've cycled the length of it. Oh yes, yes sirree. By the end of this trip, we would have, well, the end of this week, we would have cycled the width and length of France. What an achievement. The 41st biggest country in the world. What an achievement. Today we're in Marseille. We went to visit the Marseille Bowl for skateboarding, because it's featured in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, PlayStation 2. And to our it's just our luck that it's being renovated at the moment, so there's no skaters here, you can't access it, you can only look at it, but it's enough. I feel happy that I've just seen it. This podcast is running on quite a lot because there's just been so much that's happened, and I've missed so much out as well. There's a lot I'm not telling you because I just can't think of it right now. There's so much going on. Tonight, well, soon we're going to leave Marseille, pop out the other side, heading east towards the Cannes Film Festival. Time is dragging on, and we need to put the miles in if we're going to make it to Cannes Film Festival. But I believe we will make it, if only for the final day or the final 2 days. I don't know. I hope we can make it. But from now on as well, I will attempt. No, do you know what? I will not attempt. I will do a little bit more recording. You know, we've met some amazing people. We've had lovely meals with lovely French chefs and these beautiful people that they taught kayaking and rock climbing. And I didn't record anything because I was just too busy enjoying my time. But I will do some more recording just so I can look back on this myself as well in many years to come and listen and remember the things I would have forgotten. And so you, the listener, can have a better time, more enriching experience. It'll feel like you're here. We've had a few more broken chains, broken tyres, pop tyres. Luckily I've got some self-sealing inner tubes, so they fix themselves, which I was over the moon about. I'm so happy about that. And what else is there to say? The sun is out. Oh my god, actually, before I go, we'll leave you with this. We did something criminal this morning. Last night we camped in a campsite, and when we turned up there was this huge party, and we went to speak to somebody to find out where the reception was, where should we camp, how much does it cost. And it was a firefighters party, just full of firefighters and their families. And this one guy who we now know is just a firefighter. He doesn't work there. He was just pissed on Heineken. He said, hey, camp wherever you want. This is the reception. This barbecue is the reception. Ha ha ha. We laughed along. He gave us beers. He was a lovely, lovely man. So we camped and thought, this is great. We don't have to pay. We've got free beers. And in the morning, the real owner came over and he made himself known. And he wasn't friendly at all. He's not a nice man. And he didn't speak a word of English. But the gist of it was, the campsite is closed. You should not be here. It's only firefighters only. You need to go, but before you go, you need to pay £9.50 each, or €9.50 each. So we did the only thing you can do in that situation. We packed up and snuck out the back exit so he couldn't see us. And I don't feel bad at all. We saved money in the process, and he doesn't deserve the money. He wasn't a nice man. And we got about half a mile away. I was celebrating, thinking, yes, we've got away with a crime. We got away with it. And Dave wasn't wearing his helmet. The helmet was nowhere to be seen. He'd only gone and left it in the scene of the crime. It's one thing you never do, never leave evidence at the scene of the crime. So he had to go back, infiltrate the camp without being seen, and procure his helmet. He got it. We got away again for the second time, and we headed towards Marseille. Whew, the excitement. What an exciting story. So there we go. This entry is at 9 minutes 32, so I'm going to call it a day. The sun is slowly creeping down, so we will leave Marseille soon and find a camp spot. Eat, be jolly and merry. So I will say au revoir wherever you're listening to this. And if I haven't said it enough, get yourself a bike or get in a car or any kind of mobile that propels you forward and hit the open road, because it's absolutely amazing. I would recommend a bike though. As hard as it is, I feel like it's more rewarding than a car, and cheaper. Bonsoir, au revoir. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Okay, the hill was leveled off. It felt like I was going 100 miles an hour. I was probably doing 20 kilometers an hour, I don't know. But the view, oh my God. To my right, there is the bluest of blue water, surrounded in this tiny cove with this kind of Grand Canyon ready coloured rock. And there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 yachts just anchored in the bay with people sunbathing on them. It's something out of a film. And that's what this region, this part of the Mediterranean coast has been a lot like that. There's been a lot of super yachts, fancy ports, fancy 5-star restaurants, Aston Martins, Ferraris, and just some very wealthy looking people pottering around. And then there's us. There's me with my sleeping bag rolled up on the front of my bike and my hair uncut for 3 months and my beard unshaved and ginger and my arms and legs slightly sunburned and my socks flapping in the breeze on my bike as they dry in the summer sun. And I can only imagine what they think when they see me munching down peanuts at the side of the road next to their brand new Porsche. But onwards to Cannes Film Festival. We're not far away at all, 25 kilometers. In fact, I can see way in the distance, around the next bend, I can see a thriving metropolis. That could be Cannes, I don't know, it could be Cannes Film Festival. We're gonna go there, and I have no idea where we're gonna stay tonight, but there is every chance that we'll bump into some film and TV, no, not TV, but some film industry insiders and try and charm my way into a backroom party, a VIP party. Now, as I said before, I haven't got my tux, and the closest thing I have to formal is probably, I have a cream coloured shirt, but it's covered in charcoal because we camped in some woods that must have recently had a forest fire. So everything I have has this kind of black charcoal charred smoky colour to it that I can't really get off no matter how hard I rub. So it's going to be hard, I think, to infiltrate VIP parties with tuxedos everywhere. It's going to be hard, but I'll try. If not, I'll just do a bit of window shopping and just look around and see what's about. It's a beautiful region, this, it really is, and it's a pleasure to be cycling around it. And I have seen 2 bike tourists. One guy this morning at about 10 a.m. was sipping on a can of Foster's just outside Saint-Tropez, and I don't know where he got that drink from. I haven't seen that in any of the shops I've been. He must have bought his own, which is hilarious. So there we go. He was in stark contrast to the image that Saint-Tropez has associated with it, that they like to project. It's not of ragged old men on bikes sipping warm Fosters at 10 a.m. Definitely isn't. Anyway, onwards and forwards. Okay, we're going through the Cannes Festival now. It is packed. The people are waiting at the red carpet. I think The Beguiled is on, that is premiering by the looks of it. I don't know what that is. There's people begging for free tickets everywhere, and me and Dave, oh my god. There's people in tuxes and tuxes and suits, and we're on our bikes trying to get through traffic, weaving in and out of the crowd. This is ridiculous. Are we walking now? Okay, we've been forced off the bikes. Lots of blacked out Mercedes, lots of bodyguards. Pardon? Lots of begging going on here. People holding up pieces of paper saying, please, can I have tickets? Excusez-moi. Oh my god. Right, being beckoned this way by the police. Okay, we're moving. We've just left Cannes and it was absolutely nuts there. There was just tons of paparazzi, bodyguards, police, army, celebs maybe, people I didn't know. Maybe they were celebs, who knows. A lot of people were taking interest in them anyway. Lots of tourists, lots of... that was it really. We were really the only scruffy scoundrels in the area. By far the worst dressed. I don't know who the best dressed will be. Kylie Jenner, maybe Nicole Kidman. We'll find out in the morning who was the best dressed. But we were definitely the worst dressed. Greasy hair and scabby looking bikes. But some of the people were really friendly and interested in what the hell are you doing here? How did you get here? Where are you going next? Some people were really friendly. A lot of the police and the bodyguards and the people trying to keep people off the red carpet weren't too pleased to see us, I don't think. But we managed to get a red carpet shot. We got a photo. Our feet have been placed on the red carpet, and I got my bike, Clarissa, within a few meters of the red carpet for the premiere of a film which I now can't remember the name of, but I said it earlier. There we go. It was brilliant. We were there. We were in the heart of it. We were in the absolute heart of Cannes Film Festival, and we can't stay, unfortunately, because there is nowhere to stay, and everywhere is really expensive, and the hotels are expensive. Even the campsites, there's about 2 campsites, they're bloody expensive. Oh, pardon me, they're really expensive. So we've cycled through Cannes, the mayhem that is Cannes. We've rubbed shoulders with the glamorous, and Kylie Jenner's around, the Kardashians are in town, so you know, like I didn't see them this time. I've seen a bit too much from them recently, so we chose to avoid the Kardashians. I can still see the super yachts though parked outside of Cannes. Kylie Jenner was spotted on one of those earlier, sunbathing, which is always nice to hear about. And now, yeah, we're just looking at a campsite, and there's a little beach, a little bay, just a little bit outside of Cannes, and we are. Well, Dave and Tom are exploring now, walking around the coast to see if there's anywhere we can lay our heads for the night and cook some dinner, some well-earned dinner. And as we were walking through the crowds with the tuxedos and the ball gowns, and as we stood on the red carpet and got our photos taken, surrounded by people in large, beautiful ball gowns and Gucci and Versace, I don't know. You know, all the big brands, all the glitzy, glamorous, expensive brands that they wear, those celebs and famous film industry people. As we walked through those people, and as I was walking around, I just thought, we are probably going to sleep in a bush tonight, and we can't even afford the campsite, which is about 20 kilometers probably outside of town. And it's just funny, it's how the other half live. But we tasted it. We were in there, and I've still got a little bit of glitter and a little bit of glamour stuck to my wheels. I'm going to carry them with me to Italy, because that is our next destination. We won't be long at all until we are past Nice, past Monaco, and into Italy. And it's about time, really. About time I learned some Italian phrases, because after spending about 4 weeks in France, which is just ridiculous, we spent way too long here. It's a beautiful place, but my God, by the time we've left France, we would have done the entire width and the entire length of the country, which is something we did not plan to do. We planned to just do the width and go across, skip across the top. Yeah, I need to learn some Italian phrases, because like I'm all over the place. I'm so excited from the film festival. It's got under my skin. I might come back every year, maybe in a nicer outfit than cycling shorts and socks and suntan lotion all over my face and a head bandana. In the 4 weeks I've spent in France, I've learned a lot of phrases, and I can happily say hello and buy things in shops and feel quite confident in that. Italy, I struggle to say hello. I don't know how to say my name is. I barely know how to say goodbye. I don't know how much, I don't know, I wouldn't be able to walk in a shop and buy something. I don't know how to count to 10. It's really bad, it's ignorant, it's very ignorant, it's rude, it's selfish, it's self-centered, sorry. So yeah, maybe tonight, wherever we camp, wherever we sleep, I will, I'll get my phone out and I'll go on Ask Jeeves, and I'll ask Jeeves, how do I speak Italian? Because I need to know some basics. My friend Ryan sent me some French phrases about a week into this trip, and they've really helped me. Nous sommes anglais, all these phrases sent me really helped me. If anybody listening knows Italian or can just copy and paste some Italian phrases and send them me via email or WhatsApp or whatever, I mean, find out my details on washinguppaperplates.com. Send me some Italian phrases that you think I'll need, and that will really help make the trip go a little bit smoother, maybe even more smooth than this French trip has gone. This French part of the trip has gone, who knows. Anyway, the excitement of Cannes Film Festival will wear off eventually, but for now I'm going to enjoy it. And when I lie in my tent tonight, I'm going to dream of attending the film festival one day. Maybe not as an A-list celeb, but potentially as a journalist, or maybe just a paparazzi spectator. Although I don't want to be a paparazzi person, because they all seem a bit desperate, and they all brought their own step ladders so they could hover above the crowd like these weird vultures, sort of leaning on their branches, peering down through their big telescopic lenses at these poor celebrities. These poor celebrities that have to smile and wave no matter how they're feeling inside. Anyway, Tom and Dave are coming back, and hopefully they'll give the thumbs up and we can wheel our bikes onto the beach, go around the corner, cook some food and sleep. Until next time, good night. Good morning. It is the next day. I'm still on the beach. The tent is packed up. It was a great sleep. The camp spot was maybe in the top 10 of the trip so far. Seriously, it was that good. And spoken to a guy this morning who I think was a fisherman, or he was carrying a box. I just assumed it was full of fish, who knows. A man carrying a box. We told him where we were going, which was east. We're going to carry on along the coast. And he said, and this, I had no idea this was going on. He said, be careful of the Monaco Grand Prix. The roads will be closed, which may block your route, because we did plan to go through Monaco. So if he's right, which I think he is, I haven't googled it, the Monaco Grand Prix is on, which is it's pretty exciting. I'm really excited about that. It's almost like we planned it when we looked at this route. We definitely didn't plan that. But yeah, I've always wanted to see and smell the sights and sounds of a Formula One race. I think that'd be pretty exciting. So yeah, hopefully later on today we hit Monaco, and maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. Do we need a ticket? I don't know. Will we be allowed to wheel our bikes through like we were at the Cannes Film Festival? I don't know. Oh, my hay fever was quite bad today. But yeah, onwards to the Formula One Monaco Grand Prix. Exciting. So we find ourselves at the Monaco Grand Prix, and I can hear the Formula One cars. They're fucking loud, and the traffic here is horrendous. But now I'm trying to catch a glimpse of the cars, and I think up here might be able to see them because there's a lot of tourists looking down. How exciting! First Cannes, now the Monaco Grand Prix. Well, the Monaco Grand Prix was pretty ridiculous. We left it a while ago, and I'm just having some water and chilling out from the mayhem that was Monaco. There were people everywhere, and we had to do a little bit of weaving and overtaking, Formula One style, just to get out of there, because there was just queues of traffic. So it was a case of weave in, weave out, overtake, just barge people out of the way on your bike. Otherwise you wouldn't have got out of there. Had to be a little bit Lewis Hamilton about it. And we got to see the cars. Unfortunately the race isn't on until Sunday, but they were training at the moment. That's what I'm told. I'm reliably informed they were training. But yeah, they were screaming around the track, and pretty exciting. And just can't get over the sound of them. They were the loudest things ever. I didn't think they'd be that loud. And I could never get bored of that sound. The vroom. It's exciting. I enjoyed it. There we go. Cannes Film Festival, Monaco Grand Prix. I don't know what is next, but it was pretty exciting just to see the cars. And the atmosphere, honestly, was like a football match. I never thought the atmosphere would be that buzzing. And it's like 3 days before the main event, before it even happens, before the race has even started. There's people lined everywhere wearing different shirts of their favourite team and their favourite racers. And there's merch stands everywhere and flags. And whew, I'm a sucker for a good atmosphere. I knew nothing about the Cannes Film Festival, but I got very excited. I don't really know anything about Formula One, but hey, I'm now a fan, and I got pretty excited just being there. So today's really exciting, if that wasn't exciting enough, because we hopefully will leave France later today. In fact, it may be in an hour. I don't know. We'll see. I can't believe it. It almost sounds too good to be true that we are finally going to leave Francais and enter Italia, and to take the total number of countries cycled on this trip to 3. That'll be quite exciting. England, France and Italy. We might not make it there, anything could happen, but I think we will. It's safe to say that we will, and I can't wait. Onwards, nearly out of France. I can see the French-Italian border. Do we have to get our passports out? No, I don't think we do. But here we are. All 4 of us in a line. The 2 Thomases, Dave and I. And we're about to enter Italy in a matter of seconds. Oh, au revoir, France. Arrivederci, France. It's been fun. But we're about to enter the windy. Oh, there's a man with a big gun. There's lots of army at the border. In 10 seconds, we are leaving France. We're entering Italy. And we're in Italy. 4 weeks of French hell are over. Hello, Italy. We don't speak a single word of Italian now. Our group has grown from 3 to 4. We've made a bike touring friend, the first proper bike touring friend of the trip, and his name is Thomas, and he's from Stuttgart in Germany, and he's been on the road now for 9 months, I think, which is crazy. He's been through Holland and Portugal and Spain and France, and he's a wise old sage when it comes to the art of bike touring. He knows all the tricks and the tips and how to wash your clothes and where to stay. He has an eye for places to stay, and he's got lots and lots of stories, and he's a funny guy. He's had his bike stolen at some point on the trip. He's had his passport and money stolen on this trip, and he's had some downs but a lot of ups, and he's just got loads of stories. He's quite an inspirational guy, and the more you speak to him, the more you realise, I understand why he's on the road now, why he cycles. He loves cycling. He's obsessed with cycling. And basically, he told us that many years ago, 2002, 2003, he had a bad car crash. And this story is inspirational, by the way. So buckle in, because this is going to move you. He had quite a bad car accident and was in a coma for 3 months. And when he awoke, he couldn't remember what happened. But he saw that he had lots of metal plates in the left side of his body, and he was told by the doctors that, hey, you're in a pretty bad crash, you're lucky to be alive, and unfortunately you'll never be able to ride a bike again, you probably can't work ever again, all that kind of stuff. So he was heartbroken, he was a bit depressed, but with a lot of hard work and perseverance and all that, he however many years on now, 15 years on, he's well and truly on the bike, and he's learned how, he's working, his body's back to normal, it's stronger than ever, and he's racked up 14,000 kilometers and counting so far on this trip. So yeah, it's a pretty good story, and that's why he does it, because he was told he never could never go back on the bike, and that was his favorite thing to do. So now that he can go back on the bike, he well and truly is, and he's got plans to cycle all of Canada in 2 years' time. That's already booked, apparently. And he's just a bit of a crazy man, really, but quite an inspirational crazy man. And he'll be with us now for the next few days, because he's going in the same direction, but he's heading home to Stuttgart. So at some point in the next few days, he'll be going up through the big mountains to get home, and we will say arrivederci, we'll say goodbye to him. But yeah, really cool guy, Tom, and this is what he sounds like. And before I wanted him to have us to have a proper chat on this podcast, but he was quite shy, so the best I could get him to do was this. Okay.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and you're listening to Washing Up Paper Plates podcast.
Yay, that's it. That was good. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. I've done it. I found the neighbour from hell. The worst neighbour to have in all of Europe, just outside a town called Gattina in North Italy. Can you hear that? He's just blaring it out of his front garden with loads of speakers. And there's lots of houses around, and people looking really pissed off. But there's the look of people when they walk past is almost like, oh, he's doing it again. Not again. Oh, Jim's playing his music again, for fuck's sake. No one's stopping him. Everyone's just got used to it. He's like an annoying sibling. You just get used to it in the end. You can hear that from miles. I heard that miles back, and I finally found it. It's so loud. I'm about, I don't know, 40, 50 meters away. I wouldn't mind if the music was good. There you go. Right. Oh, listen to how quiet it is now. It's silent. Oh, that's better. Turn it off, Jim. But anyway, onwards to, I can't remember the name of the town, but I'm meeting back up with Dave and Tom, because I've been split up with them now for over 24 hours because of various bike issues and navigation issues on my part. So yeah, onwards, about 15 miles away from them. And there's just been a huge rainstorm with the loudest thunder I've ever heard. The thunder wasn't as loud as Jim's garden music, but it was like the first rain. Oh, here we go again. It was the first rain I've heard I've felt for maybe 2 weeks, so it was actually really nice. Oh, here we go. Jim is back at it again. Right, back onto the road. So the greatest thing happened earlier. I finally made it to a town called Langres and met up with Dave and Tom after being lost from them, separated for over 24 hours because I went the wrong way and then got a flat tire, and I had to try and find a inner tube, and I didn't know. It was a struggle. It was a long day. I had to camp on my own in the end. But I'm reunited now. We're back together. The trio are back together, and this town Langres it's all happening. There's a big band on, and because it's the Italian Republic Festival, so they're celebrating the day that they got rid of the monarchy and became a republic, which is cool. So there's lots going on, and we're staying at a guy's house, a guy from Langres called Marco, who's a really cool guy. He saw the bikes, got talking, and within about 2 minutes he said, "Hey, come and stay with me, come and stay at my house." And he's let us do our washing. So I've put clothes in the washing machine for the first time in 5 weeks. So before that I've just been washing in the sea or the river, and it's never quite clean. It's never quite there. It smells clean for a bit, but really the germs are probably still there. So now they'll be clean, and he's cooked us dinner, and soon we'll be going out for a few beers in the town of Langres, and it's a Friday night. There'll be lots of people around. The band is still on in the town square. This is pretty cool. Yeah, he's an awesome guy. He's a really cool guy. Marco from Langres, what a legend. We have a roof over our head, and Italy's an awesome place. And tomorrow he's going to take us for breakfast, and we're going to have the best cappuccino in the world. Okay, and he's Italian, so he knows his cappuccinos. He's travelled all around Italy. He's been to Naples, he's been to Rome, he's been everywhere in Milan. He's tried a cappuccino in every town and city, and he claims that in Langres is the best cappuccino he's ever had. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to have the best cappuccino. I love a cappuccino. There we go. Soon we'll be going out, having a few drinks, seeing what Langres is all about. How Italy is a wonderful, wonderful place. Okay, it's the morning after our big night in Langres, and I'm feeling a little rough because I had all of 2 beers, 2 pints, and it's the most I've drank in a while, and I actually do feel a little bit rough, a few cobwebs on the brain. It was really good. There was lots going on. It was like a Friday night out in England, in any town, loads of people milling about everywhere. And yeah, we got to know Marco a little bit more. He's just a really cool guy all around. Likes travelling, likes cycling, used to be in a band, and he has a guitar in his house. So naturally, when we got back last night, we had a jam session until about 1:30 in the morning, which means we didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but it was fun, and we've made a new friend. In fact, I did manage in my 2-pint drunken stupor to record a little bit of some Nirvana that he sang, but it wasn't a lot, but it gives you a taster of what we got up to last night.
Did you understand what I
Yeah,
said? Yes, really?
It was like Kurt Cobain in the room.
Okay.
And basically today we're going to cycle to a town just outside of Venice. We're going to park our bikes and get the train into Venice, have a look around Venice without the bikes, because as you probably already know, there are no roads in Venice. It's all just water, it's just canals and sea. There is no road. There are no roads, so we can't really take our bikes in. So we're gonna get the train in, and then get the train back to our bikes and carry on cycling towards Slovenia, towards Trieste, and then Rijeka in Croatia. How exciting! But yeah, first let's go check out Venice. I never thought I'd be going to Venice. I'm so excited. He's playing the Cornetto song. Well, what can I say? Venice, pretty damn stunning. I had such a good day, and it was nice just not to have the bikes again, not to lug those around. Big, heavy, stupid bikes. But yeah, it was great. We were proper tourists for the day. We took photos. Went down side streets and got lost. We went in shops. We had cappuccinos. Not as good as they were in Langres, obviously. They weren't the best in the world. But yeah, it was good. We followed the tourists. We were proper tourists. We weren't out in the sticks on bikes. We were in the heart of the city, enjoying the views, and I got loads of selfies of me standing on bridges looking out, and I waited my turn to get those, and that was really cool. One of my highlights was somebody had just left just hundreds of books next to one of the canals, and it was just a free library. Take books. They had an English section, and I've struggled to find any books throughout this whole trip in English, so I've ended up, the only book I could find before Venice, so 5 weeks, the only book I've read is Dan Brown, Inferno, and he's the guy that wrote Da Vinci Code, which I haven't read, but now I quite want to read. It was a pretty poor book. It was pretty terrible actually, but I really enjoyed it. It was a gripping read, and interestingly it talked about Venice, so I was reeling off the facts to Dave and Tom as I walked around Venice, because I'd done a little bit of reading. Dan Brown taught me. But yeah, now I have another book that's in English, and I have Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, so I've got enough reading material now to see me to the end of this trip, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, honestly, Venice is amazing. St. Mark's Square was breathtaking. When you finally get to that square, it was awesome. We got on a water bus. For those that haven't been to Venice, it is pretty much, imagine a city that with no cars, no mopeds. That was literally what it was. Like, everything is just done on the water. We went on a bus. It's a water bus. It's just a boat. It's like it's like a bus, but it's just on water. They've got limousines, they've got taxis, they've got gondolas, they've got people taking packages, delivery men. It all just happens on the water. It's crazy. It's a very impractical place to start a little city, and it's a nightmare if you live there, I imagine, but it is beautiful. So I definitely recommend Venice. But yeah, right now we are gonna head to, where are we going? Oh yeah, we're going to Slovenia, and then we're going to Croatia, and I'm really excited. I never thought I'd get that far. If I made it out of France, I would have been happy. I made it out of France, and now it seems that we're going to definitely get through Italy as well. And once we're into Slovenia, it's really not that long until you get to Croatia. So yeah, if all goes well, definitely would have cycled to Croatia. This trip just keeps on giving. Oh, okay, we're nearly at the Slovenian border, and but to get there, I'm having to complete the steepest mountainous hill I've encountered on this trip, and it's just outside of Trieste in Italy, and there's just mountains and hills, and it's only 9 AM. I haven't even stretched yet. I've barely had breakfast, and my heart is going like the clappers. This is so hard. But anyway, soon we'll be in Slovenia, and by the end of the day we'll be in Croatia, which means 3 countries in one day, which is very exciting. Oh, the hill gets even steeper up here. Oh, it gets even steeper. I'm gonna have to go. I need to focus all my energy on this. Anyway, I think we're half a mile from the border. Oh God, listen to me. It sounds like I've just started this trip. Hi. A little bit of encouragement there from a motorcyclist. He looks happy because he's going downhill on a motorbike. Right, it's time to log out, log off. So, we have made it to Slovenia, and it doesn't even sound real when I say it. I have cycled to Slovenia. Never been to Slovenia before. I only met a handful of Slovenians. They were lovely people. But here I am in the country. Nothing's changed yet because it is just an imaginary line. But as we get a little bit further into Slovenia, maybe I'll see the differences. The only sad thing is that we're not going to be in Slovenia long, because we're heading straight to Croatia, and the gap is just so small at this point. So maybe one day I'll have to return to Ljubljana, I'll go to the capital of Slovenia, actually see Slovenia, but I really won't see much of it today. The sad thing is, I am elated, by the way, to be here. I'm just tired because my heart is beating like the clappers, and the hill just carries on. Why have the border at the top of a bloody mountain? But yeah, we're officially out of Italy now. We were only in Italy for 10 or 11 days. It was amazing. But the new adventure starts now, and Croatia should be pretty exciting as well. And maybe Slovenia. Anything could happen in the short time that we're here. Who knows? Anyway, onwards to Croatia. 3 countries, 1 day. How exciting. Okay, we have made it into Croatia, and we've made it. I can't believe it. I'm a little bit stunned. We've made it. We were only in Slovenia for about an hour and a half. Literally, I saw 3 people. I saw more dead snakes on the side of the road than I did people in Slovenia. So I'm sorry, Slovenia, but we're in Croatia, and yeah, we've made it, and we're going to carry on to Rijeka, the westerly city of Rijeka in Croatia, and then we're going to travel down the coast towards Zadar, and then down to Split, and then further on to Dubrovnik, I don't know. And I'm closing in on the Black Sea. I think we're over halfway now, which is just unbelievable. So I'm going to definitely try and get to the Black Sea, to Istanbul. How exciting. And once I get to Istanbul, I'm going to cross out of Europe. Just even for just 1 minute, just to tap a foot over that European border, because I'm pretty sure that's where the Europe ends on the map. So very soon I would have cycled further than I've flown, which is a feat I never thought I would achieve. If you told me a few months ago that I would be cycling further than I've ever flown, would not have believed you, but here I am. And it's just ridiculous. So it's crazy. But yeah, like getting into Croatia was funny. It wasn't funny at all, but there was a big border control, this big policeman border guy. He just was the most miserable, moody person I've ever come across. He didn't say one word, he didn't smile, he just went, passports. And that was it. That's all he said. And then he took our passports, and as he went into his little office to scan them or whatever he does, I literally heard him go, So I don't think he should have been working that day. Maybe he was like, he had the day off, and then someone was ill, so he had to go in, and he just was not happy to be there. It was not the best introduction to Croatia I've ever had. He was just not happy to see us at all. But anyway, he let us through, thank God. I tried to give him a little smile to pep him up. He weren't listening. But yeah, we made it to Croatia. It absolutely pissed it down and thunderstormed the whole time as well. Let's not forget that. It's been raining like for the past hour, and it looks like there's no end in sight. So it's going to be a bit of a wet day, I think. But it seems to have calmed down now. But by all accounts, I can see storm clouds over the hills in the horizon. But yeah, we've made it to Croatia, and it's really good for morale, because I mean, it definitely feels like when I was in Italy, it felt like I was getting somewhere, but now that I'm in Croatia, it really feels like I've got somewhere on this bike. So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you are thinking of doing a little bit of bike touring, definitely do it, because if I can cycle to Croatia, anybody can. I mean, seriously, it's so good. So yeah, that's the plan, is hopefully to get to Istanbul, but it's still a long way away, so I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. Just take each day as it comes, do some miles, meet some people, all is well. Definitely the best person we've met though for the past 2 weeks has to be Marco from Langres. Still love that guy, and if he could join us on this trip, he would have. They were his words, but he has children and responsibilities, things that we don't have. So it's a shame, but he would have been a welcome addition to this group. So yeah, anyway, onwards on the adventure of a lifetime as we creep down towards Macedonia, Albania, countries that I never thought I'd be visiting. I will probably be visiting on a bike. Until next time, Ciao. This podcast is sponsored by Lidl's pastry section. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Oh yeah, baby. We're in Zrće Beach, Pag, in Croatia, the Ibiza of Croatia. Party central, and it's kicking off. There's people diving off. A bar that has a trampoline next to it and a pool. And we're here with our bikes and our sweaty t-shirts. Everyone here is so beautiful. But yeah, I don't know whether we're going to stay and have a drink and a party yet. I'm not sure. Probably not. But we're going to soak up the atmosphere for a little bit while we're here and enjoy the bass, the thumping bass. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, listen to that. Here we go, wait for the drop. Oh yeah. It's going to be hard to cycle away from this. It's just sucking me in. I just want to whip my t-shirt off, neck a Jaeger bomb, and join in the dance. Oh yeah. Zrće Beach, Pag, Croatia, 2017. Hashtag boys on tour. So we left Zrće Beach, the party capital of Croatia, and obviously we left reluctantly. We wanted to stay and party all night, but we just missed spring break, the spring break party by a couple of days, so it wasn't worth staying. So we carried on cycling, and we're in Zadar, and I'm just at the sea organ. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically an experimental musical instrument, and it uses the waves of the sea from the water, and as they hit under these steps, it creates this kind of weird, bit dolphin-y, whaley, mesmerizing, kind of haunting, beautiful sound. So I'm going to walk a bit closer, and you should hear this weird instrument playing by the sea. Here we go. It should get louder as I get closer. strange is that? it's sending me to sleep a little bit. It's quite hypnotic. But yeah, there's lots and lots and lots of tourists here, and do you know what? A lot of them are asleep. So maybe if you're struggling to sleep at the moment, you've got insomnia, go on YouTube and type Zadar Sea Organ and try and lay down on your bed listening to that and see how you get on, because I think it will help. Anyway, that is Zadar. I'm now going to grab some food, see the busy market back streets, and maybe carry on a little bit more down the coast or stay here today. I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes. It's the afternoon. It's not as hot as it was earlier because the clouds have come over. So it's actually quite nice to be out and about walking. It's not scalding hot. So yeah, anyway, it's time to eat some Jaffa cakes, have some water, and listen to the sea organ and try not to fall under its charm and fall asleep. Well, we've flown down the Croatian coast with aplomb. I like that word, I need to use the word aplomb more. But we've flown down the coast with aplomb. We've stayed at some great camp spots as well along the coast. We've stayed at a few campsites. It's cheaper here. They haven't got the euro. I haven't used the euro now for 4 or 5, 6 days. They've got the kuna in Croatia, the old kuna, and for every pound you get 7.8 kunas, the last time I checked. But I'm about to leave Croatia momentarily because I can see it just off in the distance, the blue border checks, passport part of getting into a country of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosnia. I'm just going to call it Bosnia for short. But I'm only going to skirt along Bosnia for 12, 13 kilometers, and then guess what? You pop out of Bosnia and you go back into Croatia. What's all that about? I don't understand that. But yeah, I'm not really going to see much of Bosnia. I'm going to see less of Bosnia than I did of Slovenia. But there is a town. I do go for a big town. Not big, but I go for a town. And it looks lovely. I can see it from here, just around the corner. So I will stop off and have a cheeky little beer and a little relaxation before I carry on a little bit and find a campsite. But yeah, Bosnia. It's one of those places that I only know through the Eurovision Song Contest. It's the only bit of exposure I've had to Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's it. And I don't even remember the songs they've presented on Eurovision. They probably weren't even that good. Have they even won it? I don't know. But yeah, going to Bosnia. Don't know what it's going to be like. Hope it's going to be good. Going to carry on. And we're heading to Dubrovnik, where a lot of Game of Thrones was... King's Landing from Game of Thrones filmed there. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen all of the Game of Thrones. I got bored of it. Maybe going to Dubrovnik will inspire me to watch all the rest of the episodes of Game of Thrones. I haven't watched TV for nearly 2 months. I really miss it. I can't wait to... Maybe when I get back, I'll celebrate with a nice cup of tea and a bit of Game of Thrones. And I can point at the screen and go like, oh yeah, I went there. Oh, I recognise that. Oh, I fell over there. Oh, I sat on my bike there. Who knows? Oh, I had a puncture over there. Anyway, I'm about to hit Bosnia, which I think... I've lost count of the countries we've gone through now. This could be the 7th or the 6th. I'm not entirely sure, but it's quite exciting. So anyway, I need to get my passport out. And how exciting. I hope this border guard is friendlier than the guy that led me into Croatia, because he was a miserable bastard. So maybe this guy, I hope he has more smiles and who's a bit more friendly. Here we go, Bosnia, I'm coming for you. Oh, it is 8 a.m. and soon, well, by maybe 11 o'clock, I will be in Dubrovnik. But I'm just having to pack up my tent and my bags and my clothes and my gas and my pan and my water and my clothes and my little chair. And I'm just becoming a little bit jaded with these some aspects of the trip. So at the start of this trip, I really enjoyed packing away and putting it all on the bike, and all, because everywhere has its own place, and then you pack it all in and it's all strapped down, and you just cycle off into the distance. But it was quite meditative, quite relaxing thing to do. Quite enjoyed it. But by now I just can't be arsed now. It just takes so long to just even putting the tent away every day and trying to squeeze it into that bag, which is like 5 times too small for it. I'm a bit fed up of that, and then having to just try and stabilize the bike and hold that up like a drunk friend as it just tries to fall over while I strap bags to it. Oh, no more. And another thing that I'm getting a little bit jaded, this one is really sad actually. This one's sad. I'm becoming slightly numb to beautiful panoramic views, which is, I never thought I'd get to that point, but now, because I'm along a coastline, I'm in Croatia, I've done bits of Italy and France, and even Slovenia it looked great, the tiny little bit we went through. Everywhere I go now, there's just great, stunning scenery. There's mountains, and there's hills, and there's forests, and there's rivers, and there's waterfalls, and there's just ocean and blue. It's just stunning, right? Everywhere I go, I'm blessed, and with just the most amazing sights. But because I've seen so many of them now, I just sort of turn my head and go, oh yeah, that's quite nice, and just carry on cycling. Whereas at the start of the trip, I'd spend 10 minutes just surveying the scene and wiping tears from my eyes, just how beautiful it was. Now, lucky to get 10 seconds of my attention because I've seen too many of them. So it's proof that you can have too much of a good thing. I'm sort of appreciating the architecture and the beautiful towns more than the scenery, the landscapes now, just because I've seen so many beautiful landscapes. Obviously, I'm not a completely miserable sod. I do still enjoy them. It's just interesting how they're not blowing me away anymore. Maybe it's just early and I'm just tired. That's why I'm sounding really negative. But anyway, I've just been yapping and I haven't been packing. So the important thing about leaving slightly early like this is that you miss the ridiculous heat of midday. Between the hours of 1 and 3, it's absolutely burning. Like, you can feel it burning your flesh. So when you're cycling, you just sweat out more water than you can carry. So leave slightly earlier, you can sort of break in that time, and hopefully I'll be in Dubrovnik by that time and I can just have a look around and see what's going on with my gang. So anyway, it's onwards to Dubrovnik, and maybe another 20 minutes of packing and tying and trying to get everything on the bike, and maybe trying to throw more things. Every day I throw an item away, by the way, but then I seem to take on something else. Flip-flops. I bought some flip-flops. Do I need flip-flops? Probably not. I just threw away a t-shirt. I haven't worn it for a while. It's thick woolen heavy t-shirt, which was great in the north of France, but as I get further south, it's I just don't need it. It's just never, it's hot 24 hours a day, it's humid. What else can I throw away? I don't know, I'll have a look. Just threw away some mustard. What was I thinking buying mustard? That was stupid. Used it once. Anyway, onwards to Dubrovnik once I've packed this little tent of mine. Those were the smooth sounds of Old Town Dubrovnik. Okay, just walking out of the busy crowds. Wow, Dubrovnik is pretty amazing place. It looks stunning. I've had to leave my bike about 3 miles up because once you get into the town, it's just steep, really steep steps, and there's this big old castle, and it just looks amazing. They've definitely embraced the Game of Thrones aspect of this city now. Like, there's shops everywhere. Game of Thrones merch, Game of Thrones t-shirts. There's someone just playing a Game of Thrones song on an old traditional Croatian instrument. But yeah, it's an amazing place. Loads of people flogging stuff. It's what you'd expect at this kind of tourist spot. But honestly, the architecture, the buildings, all this old stone buildings. Google Dubrovnik, ending in a K, if you can be bothered, if you haven't already been here or seen it, and you'll be pretty amazed. And I've been walking around now for maybe 45 minutes, and I'm not bored of it yet at all. There's so much to see. Lots of tours, walking tours of Game of Thrones. Go on a boat and see the Game of Thrones sites from afar. Game of Thrones facts. I might actually go... what am I talking about? I'm not going to bother going on any of those tours. I don't know anything really about Game of Thrones, other than it's the most popular TV show of all time, I think now, officially. Right, I'm in a very busy area now. I've come out of this beautiful old town section with a water fountain, and now I'm in some kind of coach park with lots of Game of Thrones tours, sea kayaking, rent a jet ski, Segway tours. Right, I'm walking swiftly out. Oh no, excuse me. Actually got trampled by pensioners getting onto a bus. I'm gonna make my way to the sea, see what the pier is saying. But yeah, Dubrovnik has not disappointed at all. It's stunning here. Love it. Probably the favourite town I've been to, just in terms of the way it looks aesthetically. Yeah, just gonna chill out here for a few hours, I think. Go and get a beer, go and get an ice cream, and maybe you just Google some Game of Thrones things, see if I can find any famous spots without paying for the tours. I probably won't do that though. I'll probably just enjoy myself. Peace. I'm gonna go enjoy some more Dubrovnik.
Hi there.
Hi there. Hi. Is that okay, yeah? Thank you. Well, I didn't need to show my passport after all that, so he just waved me through, which is a bit disappointing. I didn't get my stamp. I need to get that brake looked at. It's the squeakiest brake of all time. Alright, the passport's going back. Didn't need it. What a friendly man. He just waved me through. He's nonplussed, nonfussed whether I'm in the country or not. I could be, this bike could be packed with heroin or cocaine and ammo, but it isn't, but it could be. How does he know? Anyway, I'm now in Montenegro, and going to skirt along the coast, and later on I'll be getting a ferry across a small patch of water just to save time and have a little bit of fun, because it's always fun to get a different mode of transport. And then we'll carry on, and I don't think I'm going to reach Albania today, but tomorrow we should be in Albania. So yeah, don't know where we're going to stay tonight, as is always the case. But feeling fresh after our 2-day stay near Dubrovnik. So lots of miles today, lots of miles tomorrow, and Albania awaits. I'm more excited for Albania than I am Montenegro, but Montenegro could be beautiful as well. Let's see. Tally tally ho. Okay, so I'm about a kilometre down the road from that border box where the guard just let me in a blasé fashion, and the reason he didn't care and didn't want to see my passport is because a kilometre down the road there's another passport bit where they are checking everybody's, and so that's why. So if you're worried about Montenegro's border safety checks, don't be. I can assure you they're pretty tight. Alright, so don't worry. But yeah, here we go. Here's my chance, hopefully, to get a stamp that says "Welcome to Montenegro." It will be the second stamp in my passport collection. Oh, I'm definitely in Montenegro now, 1000%. And I always get a little bit giddy when I enter a new country. I get a little surge of happiness, of endorphins. I'm all giddy like a little child at Christmas. But that giddiness will soon subside and be replaced by lactic acid, I'm sure. Montenegro, Montenegro. What have you got in store? As you can probably hear, I'm on the ferry now. It costs €1 and I think it only lasts about 2 minutes, but it saves me about 12 miles. So it's probably the best euro I've ever spent. And the views are great and the water looks pristine. I just want to jump in. Oh yeah, it's always nice to move distance without using my legs. Best euro I have spent in a long time. We are in Albania and there's a big rally going on in a mosque nearby. We've found a cash point right near the mosque. We've been here for probably about 2 hours and honestly, the people are the friendliest people I've ever met. Tom's got a puncture at the moment and we've had every person we've gone past tell us where the bike shop is. People running out with pumps, with tools. They're the nicest people ever. We did have a little mishap where a guy pretty much took the bike from Tom and wouldn't let him have it back. He was trying to drag it to his shop to fix it, but we didn't have any money at the time anyway, and we can change a fixed tyre. But it was a tough one. That was about 5 minutes. But yeah, outside a mosque, and there's a full-on service. Lots of people with Albanian flags. The sun's going down. We're heading to a hostel nearby. There's lots of police. It's a Saturday night. There's bars that are full. There's pubs. There's food, different smells, there's traffic. It's all kicking off, it's all happening. I love it. I really like Albania so far. We haven't been here long in the country, but I really like it. And gonna go to the hostel, dump our stuff, have a shower and go for a wander and see what the night time's like in the town of Shroda, just inside the border. Albania. I love it. Okay, it's a political rally and there's people in pretty frenzied mood. And there's two guys deliberating whether they're going to let us through the rally or we have to go around it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we've been told to go around, and I've just been told that he's the Prime Minister speaking right now, the Prime Minister of Albania. We'll go around? We'll go around? Okay. Now they're setting up fireworks.
There's a puncture shop in there.
What the hell? We're definitely in Albania. This is very different. We're now being led through the crowd by some guy. I don't know who he is.
I'm sorry. I'm actually sorry. I want to drink something.
Don't apologise.
Drink.
Drink it.
I'm drinking.
anyway.
I'm drinking next round.
Drink
like,
for being so
Right here.
on the ball.
Right here.
like,
Just for being a fucking smart cunt. You gotta drink at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Cheers, come on. But you have to drink too.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, just drink. Come on, guys.
My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. There's only a bloody cow in the road. Look, you see him? He's being aggressive. Tom, come and help me. Oh, he's going to charge. He's got. Oh. Right, we're halfway up the mountain. I've been climbing for 2.5 hours. I've never been this hot. My heart is in my ears. The views are amazing, aren't they? But there's a fucking cow in the way. And I don't know what to do to go past it, and he's very aggressive. He's got a little bell on. Oh, he's coming this way. He's charging. He's charging. He's not charging, but he's doing that thing that bulls do in films and cartoons. At least Tom's now with me. We'll try and get past it. Oh, why now? What do we do? You go first, I'll follow you. He does look aggressive, don't he? I know what we'll do. We'll wait for a car. Oh, wait, here comes a car. Oh, they're beeping at it, making it more aggressive. We'll get a car, we'll slow it down, and we'll walk behind the car. Are you walking now? Are you going to walk past it? Right. Tom's being all brave, and he's walking up to it, and I'm going to follow Tom like a coward I am. If he's running, I'm jumping behind this little tiny wall. Don't look it in the eyes, it'll make it angry. Oh, he's doing that thing with his leg. He's doing a thing with his leg. Tom, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Wait, I'm on the wrong side of my bike. Stop. I need to use my bike as a shield. Hello, cow. Did you look at it in the eyes? Huh? Could you distract it, please? I'm going past the cow now. I'm so scared, I can't even describe to you. And just keep looking ahead and don't look at it. Don't look at it. I'm about 6 foot away from it. Don't look at it. Is he looking at me? Is he coming? Keep going. Don't look back. Don't make any sudden movements. Oh, that was so scary. Whew. Poor Dave when he finally gets past that cow. We may never see Dave again. After 3 hours of climbing climbing, and climbing in the hot Albanian heat. I have reached the top of the hill, the mountain even. It's not a hill, it's a bloody mountain. And I can see the sea off the side to my right. In fact, I spoke too soon. There's a bit of a hill in front of me. I'm not quite there yet. I'm just scaling the last little bit of uphill of the hill. Oh my god. I perhaps too prematurely pressed record, and perhaps a bit too early got a little triumphant from having reached the top. I hadn't reached the top. You'll never reach the top. That's how I feel right now. This is, oh my god. Okay, right. I'm not at the top. I've reached the top, and there's more top on the top. Okay, I'm gonna press stop until I reach the top, and I will never say the word top again. This mountain climbing is actually sending me mad. Perhaps it's dehydration, perhaps it's the thin air, or perhaps it's the fact I haven't had any internet or Wi-Fi for 24 hours. One of those three. I am now, and I can say this with confidence, at the top of Mount Thika, I don't know how to pronounce it in the Albanian local way, but it's, for me, it's Mount Thika in the south of Albania. And now, after that, possibly the most, well, actually I'm going to go, that was the most physically demanding thing I have ever spent my day doing. It must be 3 or 4 hours now of just climbing. The temptation to get off and walk was very high, but I didn't. This was my Everest. This is what this trip was working towards. I avoided the Alps with skill. I didn't have to go up those. The hills of Genoa, the mountains north of Genoa, were pretty damn high, but this has taken the biscuit. The prize goes to Mount Thika in the south of Albania, and I've conquered it. And now people, it's just killer. Well, hopefully not killer. I mean killer in sort of 80 sense of fun. Oh, that was killer, dude. There's just some killer downhill hairpins. So I'm going to put my safety helmet on and hopefully cover the same distance I've just covered in 4 hours in about 20 minutes. But yeah, this should be really fun. A little bit dangerous. I'm going to check my brakes before I can start going down, because I can see some of the hairpins, and they are. It looks like something out of a James Bond film. This is where they must film the sort of the getaways and the shootouts. The good guy and the bad guy screaming around these hairpin corners at the side of mountains. Oh, right. I'm absolutely knackered, but I've got that elation. That feel of that achievement, that glowing feeling when you feel like you've achieved something. And I'd like to dedicate this moment to my mum and my dad and all my family and everyone who believed in me. Right. No one likes to listen to this self-congratulatory nonsense. People prefer it, I've found, with feedback from this podcast, when things aren't going so well. So for those people, you'll enjoy the bit where the cow nearly attacked me. That'll be your favourite bit. It won't be the bit where I actually got to the top of the mountain. You cynical people. I understand though. Right, it's time to go downhill at a very fast speed. So it's the end of Mount Thika Day, and I'm walking down a huge, long, almighty rocky trail, and it's so rocky I've had to leave my bike at the top and carry my stuff down to the beach. And there's supposed to be a campsite there. We've camped wild for the last 2 nights, and because today's been such a mammoth day, we thought we deserved a little campsite, so we've decided to come here and enjoy the shower and the power and maybe a beer, because we deserve it today. But yeah, I've just hidden my bike in loads of rocks and snapped off branches to try and cover it, should anybody wander down this long slope to the beach when it gets dark. I don't think they will, but just in case. And if they do, and they find it, and they can be asked to wheel it back up this slope over all the rocks, they're welcome to it. They can have the bike. They've got my blessing if they're that desperate for it. Albania. I should just say, actually, for a bit of reference, you may not have been to Albania. You may have. I'm going to assume that most of the listeners haven't, but a lot of people would have been to Corfu. And I can see Corfu now. I'm across the coast from Corfu, and I've been to Corfu. So yeah, not far from a place called Sarande in Albania. Not far from there at all. Oh, it's a beautiful evening. I'm going to get down to this beach, dump all my stuff. Won't even put the tent up straight away. I'm just going to lie on the white sand and just think about the day and reflect. And just because I'm tired, really, not much more than that, really. But yeah, Albania's been amazing. It's very different to every other European place I've been. We've been through the middle of it to get here, and the last few days have been pretty rural. Lots of farming. Everybody is growing watermelons. Everywhere you look, watermelons. I've seen thousands of watermelons and hundreds of stray dogs. And we went on a little bit of the motorway. You can cycle on the motorway here. Nobody gives a crap. And you can camp wherever you want, pretty much. Nobody, again, really gives a crap. And I like the mentality here. It's a case of, if it's not affecting me, I don't care what you do. So that lends itself to driving. If you want to go, or if you want to stop, you just stop. People throw their hazards on in the middle of the motorway and just stop. And yeah, the motorway is pretty crazy. The roads are crazy in general. You see lots of donkeys and carts. You see people selling puppies at the side of the motorway. You've got loads of people selling drinks and food. You've got these wise old mystic mages with big sticks just walking along the motorway. And yeah, the whole thing was pretty, it was very interesting. Everywhere I looked, there was something going on. And the police didn't mind that we were cycling on the motorway either. It was, and as Dave pointed out, the M25 or the M1 gets closed for 5 hours if a chicken runs out. Here, there's goats, chickens, children, you name it. It's out on the motorway running around freely, and you just swerve around it, or you beep angrily at it until it moves. And that's there we go. That's the way it is here. But and the people are what they make the country. They make or break it, and here they make it. Now a lot of them can't speak English, but it doesn't stop them trying to be and being really helpful and generous. And if they can speak English, they'll ask us where we're from, and they'll shake our hands, and they'll try and offer us drinks, and they're just amazing people, Albanians. I really like Albanians. Not a bad word to be said against them. And because, as you've probably worked out, if you haven't got a map in front of you, because I'm opposite Corfu, which belongs to Greece, we are very near the Greek border. And I think tomorrow, potentially the next day, but maybe tomorrow, I think, if I'm being hopeful, that we'll hit the Greek border and go back into the Euro. And that means I'll get phone signal again and the food will change. Things will get a little bit more expensive, but things will be, I think, a little bit more familiar and a little bit more close to what we're used to over in dear old England. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing Greece. But Albania, I don't really want it to end. It's been stunning. The downhill today from the mountain was amazing. It was just breathtaking. And I took some photos, but they don't do it any justice at all. I had to hold my brakes pretty much the entire way down because it was so dodgy, so steep. But yeah, there we go. Come and visit Albania. I have to take this just a minute just to let you know about the unofficial theme song to this trip. It's a song that I've listened to at lots of key moments of this trip. So any moment where I'm going downhill, or I'm going through a beautiful valley, or things are getting quite emotional, or it's just stopped raining and the sun's come out, I've always gone and put this song on, and it's just become my go-to soul stirring song. And this is it now. Okay, you should hear it playing in the background right now, and you'll recognise it, I think, a lot of you, and it stirs up images of England and ice cream and green pastures and the Queen and the Queen's Jubilee and all custard and Battenberg cake and cups of tea and gin and teacups, and yeah, you get the picture. But it's just something it's just so epic and just beautiful. And I've decided that when I do finally reach the Black Sea, but hopefully when I reach the Black Sea, this is the song that I'm going to play, and I'm going to cry my eyes out with aplomb. There's that word again. I'm going to cry tears of just sheer joy and relief, because I gave it my everything and I made it. And this song, when I listen back to it after this trip, will always take me back to these special moments, and the special moment of reaching my destination and throwing Clarissa, my bike, straight into the sea, never to see her again. And I drop her in there like the heart of the ocean at the end of Titanic, plop, and I'll just watch as she sinks down to the depths. Oh, but yeah, Gustav Holst, Jupiter, that is the name of this song, and it is the official soundtrack to this trip. Well, it's the unofficial soundtrack to this trip. As I came down Mount Chica earlier, that is the song that I played, and it just made me laugh because there was a huge, beautiful mountain face in front of me, and I could see down for miles, and a bird swooshed across my path, and the wind was in my hair. That song, on top of it all, just made it so just absurd that I couldn't help but laugh. But it just makes everything epic. So there we go, Gustav Holst, Jupiter, a part of a series he wrote called The Planets. Every single planet has its own piece, but this is the piece, Jupiter, that I connect with. So give it a listen, find it on YouTube, and that is a song that I will be listening to when I finally finish this trip. Oh. Hello. I'm talking to you now many days after my jaunt on the beach after Mount Chica, and there's been lots of twists and turns in the story of this trip. Well, it hasn't been that many, I'm trying to make it sound more exciting, but I am in a swanky apartment in Sarand, and I have aircon and a shower and a double bed and power and a mirror and a kettle and all the things that I used to take for granted before this trip, but now I make it sound like I've been living in the Amazon jungle for 3 years. I haven't, obviously. I've been cycling for a couple of months, but all the things I used to take for granted, all those creature comforts I've gone without, are now back in my life, and I'm loving it. And I've been here now, this is my third night, I think, in this swanky apartment that doesn't cost a lot at all. And I just needed it after doing Mount Chica. Those mountains absolutely took everything out of me. I was so tired, I was weary, and I just couldn't resist. Just give myself a little cheeky holiday. And but here's the thing, I am now on my own at this part of the trip, and for the final push towards Istanbul, I will be, for the first time on the trip, cycling on my own. So there we go, and it's down to me. I basically abandoned Dave and Tom. I arrived in Sarand before they did. I went to a bar, had a little drink, tried to connect to the Wi-Fi, and met some hostel people, because there was a hostel nearby, and this group of people were from Germany, and they were going to Corfu, and basically I went along to Corfu for a day, and there we go. just had to text Dave and Tom and say, hey, I've gone to Corfu. Don't know when I'll be back, because I didn't know when I'll be back. I went to Corfu, had a bit of a crazy night of alcohol, raki and shots and God knows what else. It was a great night, and and then when I came back to Sarand, I decided to stay on my own. Why not make it a proper adventure? Because it's not a true adventure, I don't think, unless you're independently travelling just for a little bit. And I feel confident I've got all the skills necessary to go it alone. So anyway, so Dave and Tom have got a ferry to Italy, and then they're going to cycle across Italy to another port, and then get a ferry to Spain, and then cycle across Spain, and then get a ferry to Portsmouth, I believe. So they're heading back to the UK, and I'm going to carry on in the morning to Istanbul. And there's only about 700 miles between me and Istanbul right now, and I'm very determined, and I'm so recouped. You wouldn't believe. I feel so good. I've been resting. I haven't even looked at the bike for 3 days, and I've done nothing but eat and sunbathe. And I'm actually really burnt on my chest. Like, really, it stings because I laid in the sun for about 7 hours straight. And there we go. There we bloody go. So that's what's changed. I'm on my lonesome now. I'm pretty excited, actually. I'm pretty looking forward to it, because I will miss the other two. Definitely. And if my bike breaks, I'm screwed. They know a lot more about bikes than I do, but I think it's going to add something to this journey. To get to Istanbul, I've got to skirt along the entire width of Greece. There's pretty much just one country, really. Just one country. So there's about another 30 miles of Albania until I hit Greece. Then there's about 600 miles of Greece, and then there's about 40 miles of Turkey until I get to Istanbul, something along those lines. So, there's going to be a lot of Greek all up in my grill for the next week and a half. I don't know how long it will take to cycle. I don't know. I'm going to try and really go for it, because I'm on my own. I won't have to wait for anyone or compromise, or, it's just all on me. So, and I've got no one to talk to. So we'll probably just be cycling for the majority of the day. So that's good. So the end of the trip is nigh. It's close. It's very close. So yeah, there we go. One more night in which to eat chocolate biscuits, fry up egg sandwiches, and drink nice apple juices and orange juices straight from the cold fridge. And tomorrow it's going to be back onto the warm, sun-burnt water, and sweaty clothes and weary legs. But do you know what? I'm looking forward to it, actually. I really am. Bring it on. This time, in 2 weeks, or less, I should be crying tears of joy and relief into the salty Black Sea. Fingers crossed. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. So I am through the Albanian border, or the Greek border, into Greece, and for the first time on this trip, looks like I'm about to be searched. They're searching a whole coachload of luggage right now. So luckily I'm not carrying anything dodgy or incriminating, thank God. But I hope they don't mess up all my stuff, because it takes a long time. There's a system here, even though it doesn't look like it. I hope they don't move the beans into the clothes section and vice versa. So here we go, the great search as I enter Greece. Okay, well, I think they were searching for people, for migrants. They were really rooting around in people's boots and in their footwells and looking under the car, and they just waved me through after about 10 minutes because there's clearly no one hiding, despite how big my bags look at the back. There's no one in there. And but a little bit further down the road, there's another checkpoint, and here they look like they might actually check my bags. Maybe now they're looking for more contraband rather than people. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna have to get off the bike and walk into a little building, it looks like. But hey, at least they're secure. And just do you know what, actually, yeah, a guy, believe it or not, about half a mile before I got to that border crossing, a guy offered me a huge bag of weed. Like, it must have been like half an ounce. And I just thought, you've chosen probably the worst place to try and shift your marijuana, about half a mile from a border checkpoint where they're checking in people's bags. So maybe he was a plant, maybe he was a police plant to try and catch the idiots. I don't know. But yeah, needless to say, I said no. One, because it would add too much weight. I don't want any more weight that I don't have to carry. Don't really like smoking weed anyway. And there's a border crossing. Can't be asked to be detained for trying to smuggle weed out of the country. Anyway, any minute now I'm gonna have to get off the bike and go and get checked. And I hope it doesn't involve a physical examination. There's nothing up there. Oh, it's hot. It's got to be about, I mean, I don't know, but it's in the high 30s. It has to be. It's so hot. So I just stopped off a little place called I can't remember. I'm such an idiot. It's a place just before the mountains really start. I'm about to hit another stupid mountain range. I can't be bothered, and it's so hot. But it's the only way to go, really. It's the quickest route to Thessaloniki, in the middle of Greece. And I was chatting to this guy in this little cafe, and I asked him about the bears in the area, because obviously there's lots of mountains. It's prime time for bears. And he was telling me some pretty scary stories that has made me feel good. He was saying that a couple of years ago, the bears actually came into the town and were walking around in the evening, which is not normal behaviour for them, and people were getting really scared and frantic, and they were talking about getting guns and going and shooting them all. And he told me that some bears killed some dogs as well. So obviously my first thought was, well, I'm going to be on a bike on my own with no weapons in the middle of the mountain. Am I going to be okay? And he assured me that everything's going to be all right. Do I have to worry about bears in the mountains?
Now?
No.
Not really. I didn't hear now for a few months now. I didn't hear anything. Okay, don't worry. You have phone or you have everything. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I have no weapons.
Last year there came someone because everybody was very angry in the village.
Yeah.
And they were saying, what do we do? And some people said maybe we take the gun and we shoot them.
Oh my god.
And then some pro-animal, organization, they said, no, you shouldn't do like that.
Yeah, save the bears, protect the bears.
Yeah, but they said, if you want us to protect, they said, the people, come collect them, pick them up, bring them somewhere where it's safe for them, not here, what for?
So you think I'll be safe in the mountains?
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so I have just been attacked by 3 wild dogs who, for the sake of, I'm going to call a pack of dogs, they were a pack of savage wild dogs, and I was in the middle of nowhere, had my earphones in, happy as Larry, and I could hear this barking. I thought, oh yeah, it's just dogs barking. And then I thought, wait a minute, I'm in the middle of nowhere, whose dogs are they? So I took my earphones out, and I couldn't see any dogs, but I could hear lots of barking. It sounded like hundreds of dogs all barking, and it was getting louder. And then, straight ahead, up round a bend, well, coming out from around the bend, I saw a little black head, and it was running towards me, and I thought, oh, there's a dog. And it was sprinting towards me, like at full speed, barking, just constantly, bark, 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 bark. So I shat myself, absolutely shat myself, and I didn't want to turn my back on it because it would just ravage me. So I just stood there and tried to look all alpha and tried to scare it. Didn't work. It ran all the way up to me, and his friends were following at that point. There were 2 others behind him, not far behind him, all barking at the top of their little dog voices. And but then the front one got to within no less than maybe 4 foot in front of my bike and stopped and was just showing his teeth and kept barking and was getting quite low as if he was ready to jump. So at that point I knew he wasn't going to attack me, because he would have, and he hadn't. He'd stopped. So I then went through in my head, I thought, try and be the alpha dog, try and be top dog. So I sort of stood a bit taller and sort of started growling at him, and like took my sunglasses off and stared him in the eyes. It didn't seem to do much. he didn't really he didn't back off, and then I was stuck. There was no going past them. I think if I'd gone forward, tried to go through the pack, I think they would have torn me to pieces. And I knew if I turned my back on him and turned around, they'd chase me or attack me then. So just stood there for about a minute and a half, just growling. I even barked. It was a proper standoff, and one of the dogs got bored, one at the back. He sort of turned around and walked off, but the one in the front and his little mate wouldn't stop barking at me. I don't know where they got energy from to keep barking. I guess I was in their turf. Anyway, I thought, well, there's no getting past this. They're just going to follow me, or they're not going to let me through. I'm on their patch. So I slipped into a lower gear and braced myself to do a very, very quick pivot and pedal, turn and pedal. Luckily, I was at the top of a hill, or was halfway up a hill, so it was all down. So I just turned, hit the pedal to the metal, and it just went crazy. I pedaled harder than I've ever pedaled before, and predictably, lo and behold, the shitty, territorial, wild mountain dogs chased me, and they didn't let up for probably about half a mile, because I got round a corner and round another corner and carried on down, and I thought, well, there we go, that surely lost them. I was really out of breath, so I stood there just like a little bit in shock, a little bit pissed off, because that's my one route. The only other route is the motorway. Anyway, a little bit pissed off, and I could hear the barking getting louder again. They were following me down, so I thought, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna have to keep going. And in the end, I've just retraced my steps 8 miles down the hill, and even though I know they're not going to follow me for 8 miles, and I'm more in civilization now. There's a tiny little hamlet and there's some cars. Even knowing that they're not going to follow me, I'm still looking over my shoulder. I'm expecting to see this little pack of dark brown and black dogs chasing me. I'm going to have nightmares about those little fellas. But anyway, the only other option is the motorway. So I'm just sort of put my helmet on, and I'm trying to wait for a moment where there's no cars joining it, and I'm going to get on that motorway. It's more direct, less hilly, and there should be less dogs, but it's obviously more dangerous, and I don't know if the police will pick me up. In Albania you can ride on the motorways, but in Greece I'm not so sure. There we go. What a terrible midpoint of the day. And I even met a guy at a cafe earlier who said, be careful, there are lots of wild dogs and snakes. And he was right, there are lots of wild dogs, and I don't like them at all. Haven't seen a snake though. So anyway, yeah, I'm about to join the motorway and continue on the journey towards Istanbul. And that was the closest I've come to death, I think, on this trip. And I was on my own, and I haven't got any weapons. I haven't got my little knife set was stolen from my bag, which is a whole other story that I won't go into right now. So I didn't have any weapons. All this went through my head. Shall I kick it in the face? Shall I just cycle at it and run it over? I didn't know what to do, so I chose the coward's way out. I respected their patch, and I cycled away, and they chased me out. And they're probably all high-fiving each other now and smoking cigarettes. Anyway, time to join the motorway. The motorway idea was absolutely terrible. Don't ride a bike on the motorway. I'm never going to do it ever again. It was all going so well for the first 2 miles. It was quite a big, hard shoulder. There wasn't a lot of traffic. I thought, this is fine. I can just scream down this motorway. But then I knew something was up, and I knew that they were onto me because big red crosses on all the signs, on the flashing neon signs, started closing down the side of the road that I was on. And I started going through these long tunnels that cut through the mountains, and they cut the speed down to 40 kilometers an hour. And like I said, kept everybody off the side of my road. So there's a whole lane not being used. And it was the slow lane, the one next to the hard shoulder, and that's when I thought, well, they've seen me on the cameras. And it wasn't that much longer after that when a police car pulled up next to me, flashing lights, sirens, and the guy just leant out the window and said, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy?" And I guess I'm an idiot. I am crazy. In the end, they took all my details. They took my passport details, name, address, why are you here, what are you doing in this country, blah, 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 blah. And I just said, I sort of played the dumb tourist and made out that I had no idea how I got onto the motorway. How did I get on here? But I was too embarrassed to tell them that I was being chased by a pack of savage dogs. I was just too embarrassed. So I played the dumb tourist, and it worked, and they escorted me off the motorway to the next junction. They rode with me. First they rode in front of me with all their lights on, trying to keep people away from me, but I was going too slow, and I think they got fed up. So they then went behind me. So then I felt compelled to pedal a bit harder than I felt comfortable with, and I was really tired, and it was hot, and it must have looked like the world's worst police chase, and this sweaty tired man with a flat tyre, my front tyre was flat, being chased by a police car at probably about 3 miles an hour. And people were on my side though. I think people thought that I was trying to get away from the police, because a couple of people leant out their cars and shouted something in Greek, which sounded like, I mean, I don't know the language, but the sentiment was, "Come on, you can do it." It was that kind of, people were egging me on. People were definitely on my side, but I was in no position to laugh or smile or enjoy it. So yeah, the police, they weren't that happy. And then, so I went on the motorway to avoid the mountain road and avoid the dogs. I only managed to do about, I don't know, 15 kilometers on the motorway, and now I've got to go back onto the mountain road. So woe is me right now, woe is me. It's been a long day, and it can only get better. So I think it all adds to the adventure, I guess, and at least I didn't get arrested and thrown into a cell, a Greek cell. So it's all good, I guess. That is the most irritating and deafening noise I've ever heard. It's just all, there are these kind of fat beetle-like insects that live in the trees, and they make this horrible, horrible noise. But honestly, I can't even, I'm having to raise my voice just to talk into this microphone. It's so loud. Oh my God, it feels like it's getting louder. Is this what tinnitus sounds like? Because if it is, I'd go insane. But yeah, I'm in the middle of, I've just come out of some kind of olive grove. I had to push my bike through sort of a foot of sand. It was just sand everywhere, and it was all uphill. And it served me right, because I was just trying to skim off a couple of miles. Yeah, it serves me right. I should have just stuck to the path, because it cost me probably 45 minutes of pushing. And now I'm surrounded by all these horrible noise. Anyway, onwards, making pretty good time. It's been about 4 days now since the mountains. I haven't really done any, I haven't done any recording, because I've just been in the zone, baby, pedaling Like my life depends on it, you know. And I've done some, well, this is the most I've ever cycled in my entire life, and since the mountains it's been relatively flat, so I've been able to just go for it, and it hasn't been the most exhausting thing ever. So I've done 80 miles and 90 miles and 80 miles. Yesterday I only did a 65, I think, but today I left really early, well, fairly early, and I think I've already done about 30 miles, and it's 9:30. Actually, no, I haven't. I've only done 20 miles, and it's 9:30. So today could be quite a good day as well. I'm just steamrolling ahead to Istanbul because money is getting tight, so I can't afford to dilly-dally, and I'm on my own, so there's not much more to do but cycle. Hey. And I just want to get out of this. Are those insects? I'm sure they're getting louder. I'm sure they are. Such a horrible noise. Okay, let's push on before the midday heat swarms me. Well, I'm in Kavala, and I've stumbled across a military air show. So there's all these fighter jets flying around the sky and swooping down into the harbour. They're letting off flares in the sky and then doing some sonic boom, which is the loudest noise I've ever. It's really loud. Louder than a Formula 1 car, louder than insects in an olive grove when they do it, and then they just shoot off and I can't even see where they've gone. Pretty damn impressive and pretty damn exciting. And I was literally taking a snooze right next to the harbour about an hour ago, and I kept thinking, why are there so many people? There's more and more people and they're all surrounding me, so I just had to get up, and now I get it. They're waiting for the military for the air show, and like there's one now and it's going straight up and spinning around right high above us, and oh, it's upside down now, and I imagine it's going to swoop down in a minute. Oh wow, is there nothing they can't do? Wow. Oh god, that's loud. Yeah, that's amazing. They're going out to sea and then turning back. Oh my god. Big respect to pilots. Makes me want to be a RAF pilot. Is it too late? Well, every time I think they're finished, and I've left twice now to go and get some food. I think it's finished. There's no planes or nothing for at least 3 minutes. I start walking, and then out of nowhere, one of the Greek fighter jets just flies out from behind a building, does a big pirouette over the bay, disappears again. I think, oh, that must be it. That was a big finale. And then 5 of them turn up, and it's like in Britain we've got the red arrows. Here they've got the yellow and blue arrows, and they're all doing those in formation. Oh my god, now there's 4 of them in a row, with one of them doing barrel rolls around the other 4. That's pretty impressive. Wow, that's really good. Can the red arrows do that? I don't even know. The blue and yellow arrows, they're my new favourites. But they're still going. This has been going on for now for like at least an hour. And it's just, they just dart off, disappear behind a mountain, or go really far out to sea so you can't see them, and then just fly back in from a different direction. That was a good yawn. That was a very good yawn. It's day 67 of the trip, I think. I'm pretty sure. It's around that number. Bloody hell, that's quite a long time. And I'm having a rest day in Kavala. I had a great night watching the air show. Met some lovely people that live in the campsite I'm staying at. They live there pretty much all year round. And they've got like proper little houses there. They're living the dream. So yeah, and then I just slept and rested and ate and just did my thing, and it was just nice to know that I wasn't going to cycle again the next day. And I'm waiting for tomorrow, where it's only going to be 25 degrees with light rain. Oh, that sounds like heaven right now, so I can't wait. Today's another 36, 35 degree day. Very hot. Just trying to, I've rigged myself a little, I got my tent cover and got some string and rope and tried to make myself a little cover and just lay under there for a few hours this morning. But now I'm out and about in the town trying to find food and just escape the camp for a little bit. And tomorrow I carry on to Istanbul, the final push. This is the final push. 285 miles to go. After many thousands of miles, 285 until Istanbul. Even less than that to Istanbul, but to the centre of Istanbul is 285. So I'm going to go there first, find somewhere to stay, dump most of my crap except the bike. Me and Clarissa are then going to cycle up and get to the Black Sea and swim and frolic and baptize ourselves and wash away our sins and celebrate. And I wish I had some champagne, but well, I might do by then, I don't know. Pop some champagne, make it a big moment, big occasion. 285 miles until Istanbul. 285. So can't be far away now. That's less than 285. I can do that in 3 days, depending on energy levels and traffic and roads and hills and weather. But let's say 4 days. 4 days, 285. Come on, baby. I mean, 3 days is a bit ambitious because I'll just be knackered. That's why I'm having a rest day, because I just went too hard getting here. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. The last episode of Washing Up Paper Plates podcast is coming soon. The next episode will be the final episode, because hopefully we've reached my destination and there'll be no need to podcast anymore, because the adventure will be over. And if you've listened to most of these or all of these, thank you. You've been with me along most of the journey. I've only recorded for about 1% of this entire journey, so there's a lot of it I haven't spoken about. You can find out those details, all the gory details, in the book, which I'm sure will follow, and then the film adaptation of the book, which is almost certain to follow that. So if you're a publisher or a film production company, get in touch. washinguppaperplates.com and make that a reality. But anyway, I'm looking forward to coming home. 285 miles, 285. The last episode of the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast is next. Woo. What an emotional time. Until next time, goodbye. My name is Barry, and I'm cycling through Europe on a bike on a shoestring budget, and I'm not the best cyclist. This is the Washing Up Paper Plates podcast. Well, something unexpected has happened in the last few hours, 12 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, and basically ahead of schedule, I have reached the sacred land of Istanbul, and it's about 4, 5 o'clock in the morning here in Istanbul. I've just been dropped off, don't know where I am. I've got no phone signal, no Wi-Fi. So I can't use my Google Maps to see where I am. I haven't got a map of Turkey as it is. So I don't really know what I'm gonna, well, I could just have to wait now until the shops start opening and just cycle around and see if I can find the river, at least the Bosphorus River that runs through Istanbul. Try and find somewhere that I sort of know roughly where I am, get my bearings. But yeah, basically, I was hanging out in a lay-by somewhere, sweating and thinking about the journey that I still had to do that day because there was still a bit of daylight, and I was just eating and drinking water and probably staring off into the distance. And a lovely man called Antonio from Greece came up and saw the bike and started asking me what I was doing. And I told him, oh, I'm heading to Istanbul, blah, blah, blah. This is where I've been. It's been amazing, seen this, seen that. And he offered to give me a lift in his sort of red trucky lorry thing. So it did go, and when he asked me, for a split second I thought, well, that's cheating. And then about 3 milliseconds later I thought, yep, I'm in. Of course I'm going to get a lift to Istanbul. I don't have to cycle anymore. So he saved me like over 100 miles, 100 and something miles, which is amazing. And he was a really funny guy. He was telling me, actually, like, he spoke to me for about 3 hours straight about the trip. He went to Miami on his own for 2 months without his wife. And he was telling me about the time he went to Hooters, he went to the casino, he drank loads, he went fishing, he ate fresh fish every day. He basically, he sounds like he just gambled and drank for 2 months straight, which, why wouldn't he? The wife wasn't there. And so he's telling me about all this. And then he opened the glove box and he had a stack of photos from that trip. So it's like he's been waiting for somebody to get into that van of his so he could show them. And then about half an hour ago when he dropped me off, he gave me a keyring from that trip. So he had like a little bag of keyrings, a collection of keyrings from a trip he went to. It was like 2 years ago that he went. But yeah, anyway, that was his favourite thing he's ever done. And I now know quite a lot about Miami and Key West and that kind of area of America. But anyway, I'm now in Istanbul and I'm pretty excited. But the sun is just starting to come up, the sky's getting blue, and I'm going to just carry on cycling. I'm just going to start cycling around and try and find out where the bloody hell I am. But yeah, I've kind of made it. I've made it to Istanbul. Obviously, there's a lot left to do. I've got to find some accommodation, get some food, get some water, try and go to sleep for a bit because I haven't barely slept. I've been chatting all night, and then go to the Black Sea. I'm not far away from the Black Sea at all. So there we go. Istanbul 2017. I've bloody made it. I'm cycling through Istanbul at rush hour. Well, I've been cycling, I'm probably out of rush hour now, but I was definitely in the heart of rush hour, and I've been cycling around the city now since about 5 o'clock in the morning. And I've seen it come to life. It was pretty dead. I mean, I was in the middle of nowhere and I had no phone signal, I had no map, I didn't know where I was, I just got lost down endless side streets, and I saw the city just start to sort of stretch its arms and then get out of bed. And I watched people sort of climb out of their doors and get into their lorries, and I saw people making early deliveries and people wiping sleep from their eyes and opening up the shutters to their shops. And people just, with every hour it got busier and busier and busier until about 9 o'clock it was just absolutely heaving everywhere. And I've nearly been killed about 10 times. People just stopped, reversing, no one used indicators. I couldn't really work out the traffic light system for a while because they were flashing red and people were still going. There's trams, there's just endless pedestrians. I guess it's like any other capital city. It's been a while since I've been in a city this big. It's quite jarring, and I've only had about half an hour's sleep, so I'm not on the ball, not that alert. I keep sort of looking at something thinking, oh, that looks nice, and then I look back and there's a car in front of me and I have to sort of swerve out of the way or pull the brakes. But it's all fun, and I've got about another 4 miles to go until I get to my accommodation, where I'm going to have a nap, I think, just a little hour or two. I can't go on, I'm so tired. And then it should still only be about 11 o'clock, maybe 12 o'clock by the time I get up, and I can cycle up to the Black Sea, which I think is another 15 miles from where I am, where I'll be. I believe. So it shouldn't be too bad to get there. And then I would have reached my destination. And then what? I don't know what to do. No, then I'll just do some lovely sightseeing and some celebrating. Hopefully there'll be some cool people at my hostel who want to join me, but if not, I've spent the last week pretty much on my own, so I'm used to my own company now. I'll just go and see all the sights and sounds of Istanbul. And little Clarissa, dear old reliable Clarissa, will not be with me. I'm not going to cycle around the city if I don't have to. It's absolutely nuts, but it is Istanbul. I've bloody made it. And I'm going to try and cross the bridge into Asia. And there are 4 bridges that cross the river into Asia, but I don't think you're allowed to cycle on them. There's only one day a year where you're allowed to cycle across them. Oh God, so I think I have to get a ferry. So anyway, I'll find out that, because I would quite like to leave Europe, even just for 10 minutes, because I've never left Europe, and I just think it sounds really cool. Right, it's time to join the beeps, get into, and oh, I'm so tired. Can't wait to have a little lie down, but Istanbul is definitely something, it really is. There's pockets of beautiful places, there's pockets of beauty, and then there's pockets of just diabolical back streets and just rubbish everywhere. I haven't really hit the main tourist area either, so I think that's going to be even busier, but a lot more beautiful. And I'm staying just next to Taksim Square, the main square in Istanbul. It's quite exciting, isn't it? Ooh. Anyway, it's time to go to sleep. Wow, it's been a very long day, and I'm sat here with Clarissa. I've just had a little chocolate ice cream, and I'm staring. Straight ahead of me is the Black Sea. Probably another 10-minute ride until I'm actually at. So I can dip a toe in it. But I'm staring right at it now. I can see it. The open sea right there. The open Black Sea. I've cycled all the way up from the south side of the Bosphorus River, nearly all the way to the top, and do you know what? It's taken hours, and it's been pretty hectic. It's been busy everywhere, and but it's been a great way to see Istanbul. I've seen a lot of Istanbul today, but I haven't really seen any of the main tourist bits. They've all been these sort of the local areas where there really hasn't been a lot of tourists, and yeah, the emotion is strong. It's really strong. I don't know how to deal with it. It hasn't fully hit me because I'm not fully at the Black Sea yet, but I mean, I'm as good as there. 10-minute ride. I can see it. There it is. My eyes are gazing upon it. There it is. That was where I was always intended to go, and you know, I didn't actually think I'd get there, and there were times on the trip where I definitely thought, well, that's, you know, I was embarrassed that I told people that's where I was aiming, and I tried to rein it in when I spoke to people and say, oh, you know, if I get through France, you know, I'll be really happy, and then I'm happy to come home. But after each country, I just wanted to carry on, and it did get easier. It has got easier. The final third of this journey, of this bike trip, has been hard. There's been lots of things have gone wrong on the bike, and I've taken wrong turnings, and the heat has been exhausting, and I've been on my own for the past week and a bit, and that's made things a little bit harder. That's brought its own challenges, but here I am. I'm as good as done, and I mean, I still have to cycle all the way back to the south side of the Bosphorus River, which is like over 20 miles back the way I've came. So once I've reached the Black Sea, it isn't actually over, but you know what I mean. Kind of is. The spiritual journey is over, and what a journey it's been. The emotion is there, but until I actually get there, it won't fully hit me, I don't think. So this may sound slightly anticlimactic, but trust me, it isn't. It won't be. I'm just a little bit, I'm not there yet, basically. I'm not there. Final push. Couple of miles. It doesn't look that far away at all. I can see it. It's not a stone's throw away, but I can see it. I've made it. There we go. I'm going to say it. I don't think anything's going to go wrong over the next couple of miles. Oh my god, I've made it. I wish I'd bought that champagne. But instead I've got a nice bottle of warm mineral water, and well, I've just had my celebratory ice cream as well. I ate that a bit too soon, but I can't believe it. But there is the Black Sea. Istanbul, you bloody beauty. Once I've dipped in the Black Sea and cried and done my speech and collapsed on the floor for a while and just thought about life, I am going to turn back, obviously, go back to the hostel I'm staying at, and then go and visit some proper tourist sites, and then go for a beer this evening, and then look at flights home, because it'll be time to go home. That's the journey is over. There's no, I mean, there's a whole world out there. There's a lot of places left to go, but not for me. I'm not going anywhere but back to dear old England. There's a lot of people waiting for me, and I do miss people a lot, so it's time to go back. I've been on this silly bike long enough, and now I've got the dilemma of, do I keep Clarissa? Do I take Clarissa back with me or not? I've had a look, and it's a lot of faffing around trying to get Clarissa back. She costs a lot of money as well to get back, and then I have to get a bike bag, a bike box, take her apart and strap her up, protect her, and then phone the airline up, let them know I'm taking a bike, and then carry the bike in the box and the bag all the way to the airport. I don't know. I know that if I went home without her, I would miss her, and I'd want to cycle again in a couple of weeks, and she wouldn't be there, and I'd have no bike. So I don't know. I have to weigh that up. Oh, she's looking pretty sad. I mean, I really am starting to personify Clarissa. She is just a collection of bolts and metal and a little bit of leather on the seat. Sorry, vegans. But the Black Sea, I've fucking made it. Nearly. Right, so I'm going to stop blabbering and carry on and get to the Black Sea. I mean, I'm there, but let's really get there. Come on. I have fucking made it. I finally made it. Oh God, I've done it. It's all over. And I've been here for a few minutes now, and it was just, oh man, I can't even describe to you the feeling. And I put on Jupiter, that song, classical music, which made the whole thing even better. But nothing could describe how I'm feeling right now. I've made it, and I'm sorry for swearing, but the emotion is high. I have made it to the Black Sea, all the way from England, and it feels so good to finally make it. And I didn't think it was going to happen, and I keep saying that, but unbelievable. I can't believe it. I've definitely got some wet eyes, no tears, but just a few wet eyes of just relief, and just that it's all over. I mean, I have to go back a little bit, 20 miles back towards my hostel, but who cares? Who the hell cares? I've made it. I am in a hostel near the main square in Istanbul, and I found a flight home for £50. It's on the Asian side. On the Asia side, I have to cross the river, and to get there, it's about an hour and a half on the bus. But it's only 50 quid to fly home. But do you know what that means? It means there's no Clarissa. Clarissa's not going to come with me. And it's actually emotional. I'm going to have to say goodbye to that old rusty hunk of junk. She stood by me this whole trip. Hasn't really let me down too often. I'm going to have to leave her. But the great thing is, the hostel I'm staying at, they do tours, bike tours around Istanbul. And they are going to adopt her, clean her up a little bit, and she'll be used by tourists and people from all over the world as they tour around Istanbul and further afield. So if anything, that's a better life than she would have had back in England. She's probably happy to stay, I imagine, but yeah, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to her. Oh, what a sad, sad day.
When the aircraft is on the runway and advised by cabin crew. Mobile phones are not to be charged during the flight. Please inform the cabin crew immediately if the phone warms up and forms smoke or is damaged or lost. We would like to remind you that smoking of any kind, including electronic cigarettes, is not permitted at any time during this flight. We wish you a pleasant flight. Thank you.
So the flight mode is not good enough.
What a journey it has been. At times, every part of my body screamed for me to quit and to stop, just to pack it all in, but something kept me going. Some of it was pride. I didn't want to quit. But some of it was knowing the sense of achievement that would come when I reached my destination. Seeing what was around each corner kept me going. The views and strangers that I could meet further along, they motivated me to just keep on pedaling. And there's something to be said for pushing yourself to your physical limits and digging deep. It was always worth it in the end, no matter how hard it got. And the pure freedom of cycling can't be underestimated. You can tackle roads and dual carriageways and motorways. You can cycle off-road on gravel and dirt and grass and up hills and through valleys and up mountains. Overtake sports cars stuck in traffic and tourists stuck behind other tourists. You're free to go wherever you like and cycle off into the sunset if you want. You're just autonomous and independent and free. You're just out in the elements and you can smell the plants and feel the wind and the rain, the sun. You can hear all the noises. You're in it. There's no holes barred. It's unfiltered. It's undiluted. It's real. And the journey becomes the destination because the destination is so far away. You learn to appreciate the places in between because it's in those places you spend most of your time. And it can be lonely and it's daunting, but you're forced to learn patience and you learn to be in the moment, the now. Do I regret any part of this trip? No. It was incredible, and I recommend you go out there and you do a trip for yourself and grab a bike and just go and cycle off into the distance and be free. What a fucking amazing trip! Here are just some of the too numerous to feature highlights from the past 3 months.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we've been told to go around, and I've just been told that he's the Prime Minister speaking right now, the Prime Minister of Albania.
Oh, I'm definitely in Montenegro now, 1000%. And I always get a little bit giddy when I enter a new country. I get a little surge of happiness, of endorphins. I'm all giddy like a little child at Christmas. But that giddiness will soon subside and be replaced by lactic acid, I'm sure. Oh yeah, baby. We're in Zrće Beach, Pag, in Croatia, the Ibiza of Croatia. Party central, and it's kicking off. There's only a bloody cow in the road. Look, you see him? He's being aggressive. Oh my god, the wind, can you hear that wind? There's no room in this tent because one side is licking my face like a dog. Right, I think it's time to go to bed and try and get warm. Now they're setting off fireworks. What the hell? Do I have to worry about bears in the mountains?
Now?
No.
Not really. I didn't hear now for a few months now. I didn't hear anything. Okay, don't worry. You have phone or you have everything. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I have no weapons. Hi. A little bit of encouragement there from a motorcyclist. He looks happy because he's going downhill on a motorbike. Just had some lentils and sausages for breakfast, followed by a mini roll. I keep finding mini rolls over every compartment I open. I just got to eat them. The old Cadbury's mini roll. This podcast is sponsored by Cadbury's mini rolls. These are the things that when you think of trips like this, these are things you don't really consider. I didn't even think about where do I go to the toilet. Anyway, I've got an armful of tissue paper, baby wipes, a little tiny shovel. It's like going to the seaside and digging holes in the sand. Only mud, mosquitoes and poo. So we're still by the canal. Well, me and Dave are, and Tom has cycled bravely off to the nearest bike shop, which is about 15 kilometers away. And the reason he's doing that is because my new inner tube that Dave helped me put in this morning exploded as I was going down the canal.
It saves me about 12 miles. So it's probably the best euro I've ever spent. we've rubbed shoulders with the glamorous, and Kylie Jenner's around, the Kardashians are in town. So you know, like I didn't see them this time. I've seen a bit too much from them recently, so we chose to avoid the Kardashians. We find ourselves at the Monaco Grand Prix, and I can hear the Formula 1 cars. They're fucking loud.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and you're listening to Washing Up Paper Plates podcast.
Yay, that's it.